mind like steel. Truth telling's his weapon, he's the real damn deal. From Whitsett to Briss Valley Ranch to Vlad's Rage, he's lighting up lives with a sailor's rage. He ain't no skeptic, just a bullshit slayer, with a cup of rum and a truth conveyor. When someone says they control the sky, he just smirks and says, nice try. He's unfornicated, no fluff or spin, debunking the madness again and again. From flat earth fools to the art brigade, he's cutting through crazy with a sharpened blade. It's the unfornicated, declassified files tonight. And the STD report is locked in tight. Where STD means stupid theory debug. He's dropping truth bombs while he's getting drunk. In his Hawaiian shirt with that sailor grin, he'll call out they, who the hell's them again? No patience for myths, no time for pride. He'll bury bad science and let facts ride. He's unfornicated, bringing truth with style, laughing through the chaos all the while, with the rum in his hand and logic on deck. He's sinking dumb claims like a shipwrecked wreck. He'll say they're lying, he says name one. You say Earth's flat, he's already done. You bring a wild claim, he brings the heat. Dance the truth storm you'll never beat. Yeah, unfornicated, living loud. No tinfoil nonsense allowed in the crowd. He's the sailor of sanity, the rum-soaked guide, keeping reason afloat while conspiracies die. So here's to Dan and his fearless style, sinking fake news with a tipsy smile. If you're spouting garbage, expecting owls, he'll roast you on the unfornicated, declassified fight.
Well, hello, everybody. We finally figured out our problems. It shouldn't surprise you. It was with the ISP. So, my internet service provider blows, and I let them know about that today. Hopefully, we don't have any more problems going forward, but we'll see. What else is going on, right? I mean, come on. Oh. So, an hour and a half later, because, why not? The funny thing is I do this daily. This is my career, is fixing shit like this. And trying to relate that to a customer service rep to say that, hey, get me one of your engineers, one of my counterparts, so I can talk to them. Let's pretend I've already done all the rebootings and the power cycles and checking the stats and everything else. But it takes a moment or two to get to that point. Luckily, we finally got there, and they changed something, but admitted to changing nothing. Whatever you're gonna do. Okay, so for those who have stuck with me, all 15 of you guys, thank you so much for sticking with me. The the great I guess I'm the eternal optimist. The silver lining in this is that due to the technical issues, Whatcast finished his live stream, and I was able to kind of toe into that, so to speak. So we'll see how the rest of the night goes. Oh, don't you start creeping up on me, you bastards. Sorry, I'm looking at the stats, and they're I'm not gonna stress about a few frames. Let's put it that way. But I'll stress about some more frames if they start counting upwards, and we have to cut it short again because nobody wants to watch buffering. So listening to Matt from Whatcast go on TikTok and listening to the Flare Setter on TikTok was highly enlightening. I always knew that place was the utmost dumpster fire for social media, and it's now been confirmed. Hopefully, you guys learned the same thing I did. Let's see the cup. Yes, courtesy of Joe, Mr. Joe Black, we have soon to be released Unfortunati merch to be dropped. Yeah, Steel City. See, that's the thing. When it's my cult, I get the merch first. Actually, I ordered a sample to see how it looked. And if it looked like shit, it would not have been on stream. But since it looks good, it is on stream. So go figure. Illusion, you're right. I got a couple people reading scripts, and I asked to speak to a supervisor. I told the supervisor, I said, look, I'm going to explain it very simply. I am above your tier 3 for another and a service provider that you have heard of, and this is the name that I work for. I would like to speak to a tier 3 or network engineer who's on call so we can solve this problem because you are absolutely interfering with my income. It doesn't matter that I'm not monetized. They don't need to know that part, but that's beside the point. So, yeah, that's been my afternoon. Go figure. Well, what are we going to do about that? Oh, it's been fun day already. Let's put it that way. So I got rum in the coffee for obvious reasons. We had a new intro song. That was courtesy of Monkey Cat Pat Pat. Thank you, bud. I appreciate that. If you're here, if you're not here, so be it. Sean Hawkins, nice to see you. Hello, bud. How you doing? Geek G, Calder, Joe Black, Steel City, Jay Gill, let's see, Illusion, 85, Charles Arnold, Sarah Jones, am I missing anybody else? Griff is here. Hello, Griff. Nice to see you. I think that's everybody. So we'll stick that for what it's worth. I'm going to pop out chat here. I'm going to move it over here to where I can actually see it. Do something with it. Constructive. So, what are we going to talk about tonight? Well, tonight, I got a couple of special things for you guys. If you did not know that Flat Earth was dead, you are going to know it now. is we have a heavy hitter who has now entered the fray. And they are absolutely taking the piss out of flat earthers, to quote my buddy Matt from Whatcast. And it's actually pretty fucking funny, if you ask me. Now, for those who don't know, let me give you a little surprise. Let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. Let me...
Hi, I'm Tim.
Stop. Tim, I don't want you talking yet. Please. Cut me some slack. Now we'll transition it. Welcome to Tim Boyle, CEO of Columbia Outdoor Apparel. And he has a challenge for flat earthers. And man, I couldn't make this up. My life depended on it.
Well, I'm the CEO here at Columbia Sportswear.
Arms crossed,
And this
no
message is
nonsense,
for
with a
flat
message
earthers.
for flat earthers.
You guys claim there's an end to the earth? Well, just go snap a picture.
A tongue-in-cheek
That was the wrong one, actually. I wanted the actual... Oh, there we go.
Hi, I'm Tim Boyle. I'm the CEO here at
Sorry,
Columbia
I picked the one
Sportswear.
with the news
And this
agency.
message
My
is
bad.
for flat earthers. You guys claim there's an end to the earth? Well, just go snap a picture. Send it to us, and you get the assets of the company. All of it. No paperwork, no lawyers, no catches.
Tim, there is some paperwork.
Hey, we're giving...
Oh, well, that's always the case, right? There's always paperwork. So, flat earthers, you have a $100,000 challenge from MC2 about seeing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And now you have a challenge from Columbia Sportswear. You get all the assets of the company. Just go to their website, and you can absolutely, positively do what needs to be done there. What can I say? Everybody takes a piss out of these guys. Let's see. A couple other quick news that we're going to follow up on here. We're going to follow up on apparently today we have Vika streaming, and he had Mr. Whiny Pants himself, Kevin, on. Now, I haven't watched it. To be honest, I don't give a shit, but now I'm kind of morbidly curious about this. And maybe you are too. So maybe we'll cover that maybe Monday night, Tuesday night. I did have a conversation with a flurf over in Whatcast and asked him to send me an email. He sent something back to me. I assumed it was his email address. I tried sending it, got it returned. I don't know what to say about it. Maybe I typed it wrong. I don't know. Either way, he has my email address. He was supposed to get in touch with me. We're supposed to have a conversation sometime Monday through Wednesday on the channel. And he was going to bring his best proof possible. I'm not holding out hope, but we'll see what happens. Worst case is reconnect with him on Whatcast, and maybe Matt will do me a solid, and we'll bring us both up and we'll do it on his channel. I don't know. It's to be seen, I guess, is the way to look at this. Let's see. That's kind of it for the world of derpitude, derptopia, so to speak. There's a lot more kind of going on, but you know, it's all boring shit. But tonight we are diverging from the flat Earth bullshit, and we're going to go up until to some more bullshit, some other bullshit, some new bullshit, some well, what's the word I'm looking for? Just things in general. I just realized my Stream Deck is stuck. All right, no big deal. We'll manage. So, let's see. Let me get caught up in stuff like, did I take the capybara advice? Yes, I'm upgrading my my rodents to something with a little more power. That's where I'm going to. Yes, dude does have some balls, not gonna lie. Jade, I'm glad you found me. Thank you for coming here. I appreciate that. Yeah. Do we have Mike from the Drunk to Bunk show in here too? Great. Mike, nice to see you. Michaela's here. All right. So, well, if you're here, do me a favor, hit the like. If you're not subscribed, hit the sub. Or wait until we get to the end. If we get to the end, it's something that you enjoyed. You like talking about science. You like actually learning about the actual physics behind the fear porn that is put out through YouTube, then this is the place you're going to be. So this is where I usually cut out thing. I'm going to start an intro for the video because I'm going to start cutting this and putting these as videos. I haven't got that far yet because of problems, but we're getting there. So here we go. We're going to start off with new intro. So just to get everyone upset. So tonight we are talking about sunspots. We're talking about the Carrington Event. We're also talking about what a modern day equivalent would look like. And we're also going to talk about why people do stupid shit and why they're wrong. Not only that, we're not just going to point and laugh. We're going to show them why they're wrong. We're going to do a little math. Don't worry, a little bit, not much. And we're going to do some engineering. Not difficult. And because it's not difficult, you would think that somebody would put some effort into it, but they haven't. I do have a new chair, so this is getting like really weird for me to get used to. But it's not creaking like it was on Max's stream. So there's a plus. So since you guys are all here, kick back, grab your favorite beverage, your favorite libation, put your feet up. I am Dano, your bartender, and this is Unfornicated, and let's kick off for what tonight is going to be. All right, so apparently we need to have a conversation about the sun because some sunspot groups showed up, specifically AR 4294 and 4296, for those who are keeping track. And immediately, mainstream media and conspiracy dipshits started screaming about Carrington events as clickbait and grid collapse and the end of civilization as we know it. And look, I get it. You know, sunspots that take over 90% of the size of the ones that caused the Carrington event sound scary. It's designed to sound scary, and we know this. But here's the thing about fear porn. It relies on people not understanding what the fuck they're actually looking at. Those headlines act like the sun just cocked a shotgun and pointed at Earth. Relax. It's a sunspot, not a death laser. So tonight, we're going to talk about solar maximum, what coronal mass ejections or CMEs actually do, what happened in 1859 in the Carrington event, and what would happen if we got hit with a Carrington level event in 2025. And spoiler alert, it's not the apocalypse you've been promised. Now, if you're here because you think I'm going to validate your prepper fantasies, you're in the wrong place. However, if you're here because you actually want to understand the science and why the doomers are full of shit, stick around. So let's start with what's actually happening. We've got these sunspot groups, 4294 and 4296, that collectively cover about 90% of the area of the sunspot group that was associated with the Carrington event in 1859. For those who don't know, the Carrington event was basically the largest geomagnetic storm that ever hit Earth. And it's kind of, it's like the oh shit standard, so to speak. So immediately, the conspiracy community does what it always does. It takes one piece of data, strips away all context and nuance, and declares, well, the end of times. But here's what they're not telling you, because either they don't know or don't care. Sunspot size does not equal CME intensity. Now, it's not just the guy saying size doesn't matter. There's science behind this as well. Now, let me say that again, because apparently it needs to be repeated. The size of a sunspot does not directly correlate to the power of a coronal mass ejection. If sunspot size alone determined a catastrophe, we'd all be living in bunkers since 1755. But yeah, sure. Tell us all again how this one is going to be the big one. Sunspots are regions of intense magnetic activity. Okay, they can produce CMEs, and the size is one factor among many. Magnetic field complexity matters. The configuration matters. The timing matters. And most importantly, the direction matters. And you know what we've had since 2020? Multiple sunspot groups that are comparable to or larger than these, but without the headlines. And you know what didn't happen? A fucking Carrington event. Because size alone doesn't determine shit. So now before anyone types in the comments, but the sun is more active now. Yeah, okay, we get it. All right, we know this. It's because we're in solar maximum. This means the sun is doing what it always does every 11 years. This is normal solar behavior. It's not a sign. It's not an omen. It's a periodic stellar activity that we've been tracking for centuries. So let's put this into some context. Whoops. We are in solar cycle 25. It peaked or is peaking right about now, late 2024, early 2025. This explains why we've had multiple instances of northern lights in lower latitudes. It explains why there's fear porn going on through the internet. But here's the thing. Do you happen to know what solar 25 is shaping up to be? Pretty average. Maybe slightly above average, but you know what it's not? It's not that monster cycle that conspiracy theorists needed to be to justify their prepper narratives. Solar cycle 24 was weak. Solar cycle 23 was strong. Solar cycle 22 was very strong. Solar cycle 19, even stronger. And do you know what happened during all of them? Modern civilization continued to function because we understand what this shit means and we prepare for it. But that doesn't sell prepper supplies, does it? That doesn't generate clicks for monetized channels on social media. No. For that, we need, well, lies. All right, so we're going to do a quick science lesson for those who actually want to learn what's happening instead of just panicking about it. Okay, the sun has an 11-year cycle, and this is based on the magnetic activity. During solar minimum, those are the spots where you see the troughs down here, where it's zero for the amount of sunspots. We have few sunspots, low activity. During solar maximum, we have many sunspots, high activity. This is driven by the sun's magnetic field flipping. North becomes south, south becomes north every 11 years. So sunspots are cooler regions of the sun's surface. They're about 3,800 Kelvin instead of 5,800 Kelvin, which is the surface. And these are caused by concentrated magnetic fields that inhibit convection. They appear dark because they're cooler, not because they're inactive. In fact, they're magnetically hyperactive. Now, these magnetic field lines can tangle, they can twist and snap. And when they snap and reconnect, you get solar flares and sudden releases of electromagnetic radiation. When the magnetic field configuration launches material into space, now you get a coronal mass ejection. It's 1 billion tons of plasma traveling at 1 million miles an hour. So, as many of you know, part of my job in the military was maintaining HF, UHF, and SHF radio networks. The solar activity was something that we tracked religiously. Not because we were worried about apocalypse. It's because the solar storms absolutely wreck radio propagation. During periods of high solar activity, HF communications, or high frequency, the stuff that bounces off the atmosphere that is usually our backup or long-range communications, becomes unreliable or completely unusable. The ionosphere gets supercharged, absorption goes up, signal paths change, and variables skyrocket. But you plan for it. You have backup systems. You route around it. But you know what we didn't do? Panic. Because this is known. This is predictable. This is manageable. Solar maximum meant our backup comm plans had backup plans, and those backups had additional backups. It meant we monitored the space weather forecast daily. It meant we adjusted operations accordingly. You know what it didn't mean? The end of naval operations, the collapse of military communications, or any of the dramatic bullshit you see in YouTube videos with ominous music and red thumbnails. So, here's what drives me crazy about how conspiracy theorists approach this. They take a normal, cyclical, well-understood phenomenon called solar maximum, and they treat it like it's unprecedented, like scientists are baffled, like the government is hiding the truth. We have data going back to 1755 on solar cycles. We know what normal looks like. We know what abnormal looks like. And we know that solar 25 is normal. But normal doesn't get clicks. Normal doesn't sell doomsday prep courses, and they have to make it scary. Oh, Michaela. Oh, no, the sun blew its load into the solar system. On the bright side, we got pretty pictures. Yeah, definitely. All right, so let's talk about coronal mass ejections, because this is where the actual threat exists and where the conspiracy theories completely fall apart. What is a CME? A CME is, like I said, a coronal mass ejection, and is exactly what it sounds like. The sun's corona, the outer atmosphere, ejects a massive amount of material into space. We're talking billions of tons of plasma, charged particles, protons, electrons, traveling at speeds anywhere from 250 to 3,000 kilometers per second. And not all CMEs hit Earth. In fact, most don't, because space is big, Earth is small. Now, the sun vomits material in all directions. We only care about the ones pointed directly at us. And when a CME is Earth-directed, it takes between 15 hours and 3 days to reach us, depending on the speed. Now, faster CMEs are generally more dangerous because they compress the material in front of them, creating a stronger shock wave, like you see here. So in this picture here, the blue is our magnetosphere, and then the coronal mass ejection, obviously not to scale, is now affronting that and interacting with the magnetic sphere. So let's talk about a quick clarification, because people confuse both of these things. A solar flare is electromagnetic radiation. It's X-rays, UV, visible light, traveling at the speed of light. It reaches Earth in 8 minutes. It affects radio telecommunications immediately, but it doesn't carry any mass. Now, a CME is a physical material traveling much slower. It carries its own magnetic field, and when it hits the Earth's magnetosphere, that's when shit gets interesting. Hold on a second. Bear with me for one. Sorry, due to our delay in going live stream, dinner is a little late getting here, so it took a while to get that ordered. So it's on the way, but I digress. So solar flares are classified by their X-ray intensity. So you have a C class, which is weak, minimal impact. You have an M class, which is medium, can cause brief radio blackouts, or you have an X class, which is strong and can cause widespread radio blackouts. Now, the Carrington event was estimated to be an X40 plus. That's 40. Now, for reference, the largest flare that we've measured in modern times was an X28 in 2003. So let's look at what actually happens during this solar maximum. In 2024, we saw a series of strong geomagnetic storms, G5 conditions, the highest classification, multiple X-class flares, CMEs hitting Earth, and auroras visible in places that rarely see them, parts of the southern U.S., Europe, and even tropical latitudes. Now, you know what happened? We had some radio disruptions, we had some GPS degradation, but we had some spectacular auroras. And that's it. No grid collapse, no satellite apocalypse, no Mad Max scenarios. AR4294 and 96 are stable. Whether they produce X-class flares or not, the outcome will be the same. We'll see it coming, we'll track it, and we'll manage it. Now, when a CME actually hits Earth's magnetosphere, several things happen. Geomagnetically induced currents occurred. The changing magnetic field induces currents in long conductors. Think power lines, telegraph wires. This is the primary threat to power grids. Now, the other thing that occurs is ionospheric disturbances. Radio propagation gets fucked, basically. HF communications degrade or fail. GPS signals can be delayed or disrupted or incur so many phase errors that they aren't necessarily as reliable. The radiation environment increases and satellites get hit with increased radiation. Astronauts need to shelter. Airline crews on polar routes get higher exposure or are often rerouted. And we get pretty lights in the sky, because charged particles are exciting atmospheric gases. This is actually one from this year. In my area, not far from where I live, there's the Hudson River. Now, from a communication standpoint, here's what you kind of need to understand. During a major geomagnetic storm, HF, which is the frequency that we see right here, is completely unreliable. Signals are absorbed, propagation paths altered. It's the Wild West. And this is, for me, my primary concern for long distance radio. Now, VHF, which is the next band up, it's generally okay for line of sight. Satellite communications can degrade due to ionospheric scintillation, but not the end of the world. And over here at EHF and SHF, mostly unaffected by ionospheric conditions, but satellites themselves may have issues. The biggest issue that would occur in the modern day is going to be GPS timing, which is critical for telecommunications, financial systems, power grid synchronization. I mean, you can accumulate phase errors, and those errors is what causes some of the issues. This is real, and it's measurable, and this is why we care. A CME hitting Earth isn't a biblical smite. It's a space weather shakedown. It's noisy, it's messy, it's a toddler. But it's not a civilization-ending fireball, no matter how many YouTubers want to slap red arrows on thumbnails. It's an engineering challenge with known solutions. So, what actually happened with the Carrington event? Let's talk about the event that every doomsdayer references, and none of them actually understand. Or if they do understand, are purposely misrepresenting. The Carrington event of September 1859. Now, on September 1st, Labor Day, in the U.S., in 1859, British astronomer Richard Carrington was observing sunspots because He was an actual scientist doing actual science, not a YouTuber making shit up. He witnessed a massive solar flare, a white light flare, visible in white light, which is extremely rare. 17 hours later, the fastest CME ever recorded hits Earth's magnetosphere. Now, what happened next is well documented. Now, keep in mind, this happened in 1859. And we'll cover how a modern Carrington event would look like after this. But in 1859, telegraph networks across North America and Europe went haywire. Operators reported receiving electrical shocks, telegraph paper was catching fire, and some lines failed completely. Others, and this is the part that gets actually really interesting, could operate without batteries, powered entirely by the geomagnetically induced currents. The aurora borealis was visible as far south as the Caribbean and Hawaii, with active reports of it being shown or being seen in Hawaii. People in Colorado thought they were seeing dawn at midnight. In fact, miners in the Rockies got up and made breakfast because they thought it was morning. But the actual damage was just to the telegraph and infrastructure. Some systems were out for days or weeks. And the economic impact was minimal because there wasn't much to impact. This was 1859. There were no power grids. But what didn't happen during this largest event in recorded history? No mass deaths, no societal collapse, no permanent infrastructure destruction. Telegraph service was eventually restored. Life went on. And here's the critical thing. The telegraph system in 1859 was purpose-built to be vulnerable to this exact phenomenon. And let me explain why, because this is where kind of physics matter. So, when Earth's magnetic field changes rapidly, which is what happens during a geomagnetic storm, Faraday's law tells us that a voltage is induced in any closed loop of a conductor. And this formula is, well, here, where epsilon is the induced voltage and phi is the magnetic flux. The faster the magnetic field changes, which is the dB over dt, meaning over time, the higher the induced voltage. Now, telegraph in 1859 were, well, very long, hundreds to thousands of miles. They had single conductors with a ground return. They're unshielded. They're poorly grounded. And they're connected to sensitive equipment with zero protection. So they were basically giant antennas designed to pick up geomagnetic variation. The induced currents were large enough to operate telegraph equipment and set paper on fire. Now, modern grids have a similar vulnerability, but for different reasons. High voltage transmission lines are long conductors, and during a geomagnetic storm, GICs or geomagnetic induced currents can flow through these lines. But the lines themselves are generally fine. They're designed to carry high currents. The problem is the transformers. Power transformers are designed to operate with AC current at 50 to 60 hertz. Now, the geomagnetic induced currents are quasi-DC. They're very low frequency, essentially DC with an offset. When you push DC current through a transformer designed for AC, several bad things happen. You get core saturation, which means that the magnetic core saturates, reducing efficiency. You get increased losses due to the heat that's being generated. The transformer generates harmonics that stress other equipment. And in extreme cases, the transformer can be permanently damaged. So the translation is this. Transformers aren't fragile because they're weak. They're vulnerable because they're built for clean AC power, not dirty DC garbage from the sun. high voltage transformers are expensive, in the upwards of millions of dollars, and have long lead times, months to years for replacement. That is the actual vulnerability. High currents like stoned? Yeah, in a way. um, Physics is fun. Hey, welcome, Bruce Wayne. Nice to see you guys. Um, you didn't really miss much. We're just kind of going over what some of the wonderful fear porn is going on the internet. Cuppy Cake is here. Thank you, Cuppy, for being my hostess with the mostest and greeting everybody at the door. I greatly appreciate that. So here's what you need to know about 1859. The infrastructure that was damaged represented a tiny fraction of industrial capacity. The telegraph was the only, let me repeat that, only system vulnerable to this phenomenon. There was no power grid, no satellite network, no telecommunications infrastructure beyond telegraph. The economic impact was measured in thousands of dollars, not billions. And the societal impact was, well, negligible. Sorry, just checking on dinner momentarily. Now, compare that to modern infrastructure where we have continental scale power grids. We have satellite communications. We have GPS dependent systems, just in time supply chains, and electronic financial systems. So, yes, modern civilization is more vulnerable in some ways, but we're also very aware of the threat and can take protective measures. And that's the part that the doomsdayers always leave out. The conspiracy version goes like this. If a Carrington event happened today, it would destroy all electronics, collapse the grid permanently, and send us all back to the Stone Age. And this is horseshit. Complete, unmitigated horseshit. And I'm going to explain exactly why. Sorry, I got a text message. Usually people text me when they say that I'm muted and no longer talking to everybody. So I'm glad that it wasn't that. Anyway, all right. So now that we've come to a part where I have to be careful because there is legitimate concern about grid vulnerability. But there's a huge difference between this could cause expensive disruptions and this will end civilization. It's not one or the other. Now, let me break this down to actual risks without the fear porn. I'm sorry, that means it's going to be a little bit boring, but you might learn something from it. So what makes modern grids vulnerable? Well, here in the US, modern grids are massively interconnected. The Eastern connection covers everything from the Atlantic to the Rockies. The Western connection covers the West Coast and mountain states up to the Rockies. And then we have ERCOT, which covers Texas, because as we learned in February 2021, Texas does whatever the fuck Texas wants. The interconnection is normally good. Load sharing, reliability, efficiency. But it means a problem in one area can cascade. We've seen this with regular failures. In 2003, Northeast blackout started with a few transmission lines in Ohio and cascaded across 8 states and parts of Canada. During a geomagnetic storm, the induced currents would affect multiple areas simultaneously. The potential for cascading failures is real. Now, I remember this specifically because there's nothing crazier than seeing a picture of New York City at night with the lights off, and the only thing that's working are headlights. There were a lot of block parties that night, not going to lie. Now, high voltage transformers, and these are the critical vulnerability. These are about 2,000 high, there are about 2,000 high voltage transformers in the US grid. They're custom built, they're expensive, and they have long lead times. because they're custom built. During a major geomagnetic storm, some percentage would fail. How many? We don't know. And how many actually depends on the storm intensity, the duration, and which specific transformers are the most vulnerable. Higher latitudes, more vulnerable. Lower latitudes, less vulnerable. During a major geomagnetic storm, I already said that. I'm sorry. Satellite infrastructure would also suffer. GPS satellites, communication satellites, weather satellites are all at risk from increased radiation. We've already seen satellites fail or need to be shut down during major solar storms. It's nothing new. Now, GPS timing is critical for power grid synchronization, financial systems, telecommunications, and degraded GPS means potential cascading failures in systems that depend on it. But those would be temporary. Supply chain dependencies within our modern infrastructure means that it's dependent on working communications and networks and just-in-time delivery. No one's stockpiling things in large warehouses anymore. Extended power outages would disrupt all this. Now, here's the part of the headline writers never understand. Vulnerability doesn't mean doom. It means engineering challenge. Well, at least to us engineers. We fix things. We plan. We don't curl into a ball on the floor of our basements and whisper sweet nothings into a pallet of bottled water. But the part that makes us even less vulnerable is that we have early warnings. We can see CMEs coming. NOAA Space Satellite Prediction Center tracks solar activity 24/7, and that's just one. We also have the SBO. We also have amateurs. We also have other agencies, including the ESA, who do the exact same thing. When a CME launches, we have 15 hours to 3 days of warning. That is more than enough time to alert grid operators, reduce the load on the system, disconnect vulnerable transformers, reroute power, and prepare emergency response, just like a hurricane. In 1859, they had zero warning. The first sign was when shit started failing. So we understand the phenomenon. We know how geomagnetic induced currents form, which infrastructure is vulnerable, and what protective measures actually work. Now, this is actually a picture from the 2003 Halloween geomagnetic storms. Now, since this time, when this was taken, it damaged transformers in South Africa and Sweden, and there's been significant effort to harden infrastructure against this. We have neutral blocking devices to prevent the inducted currents. We have better real-time monitoring, and we have improved transformer designs because nothing. And we also have emergency response protocols that are improved. Nothing creates change for the better than an absolute failure. Hold on for one moment while I yell and live. Okay. It's not perfect. Not every transformer is protected, and it's a hell of a lot better than it was in 1859. The infrastructure is old. It's been there for a while. We do our best, regardless of what public utility we are, to improve upon that as funding and time and resources allow. Now, we also have operational flexibility. Grid operators can take proactive measures. They can reduce the system loading, reconfigure the transmission paths. They can disconnect vulnerable equipment. They can bring backup systems online. That would help mitigate a lot of the problems that would be considered vulnerabilities. But let's actually talk about what a Carrington level event in 2025 would actually look like, and not the fantasy version that preppers are masturbating to. So, hold on a second. Got a slight problem here. Here. Hold on. My apologies. I have a couple things cut off here, and I don't want to do that. All right, here we go. Now we'll fade that in. There you go. So this is what actually happens. So let's say Carrington happens today. Now, day 0 is the detection. Okay, so we're talking about, let's say a 40-plus flare is observed. CME launches directly at Earth. NOAA issues alerts. News media goes apeshit, and preppers start emptying Costco and Walmart of all water and ammunition. Now, day 1 and 2 of this is after the oh shit moment is going to be preparation. Okay, grid operators start activating their emergency protocols. Some services are shut down. Airlines reroute polar flights. Satellite operators put birds in safe mode. And some dipshit on YouTube declares martial law is coming. So far, it sounds about right. Day 2 to 3 impact. We're talking about the CME hits the magnetosphere. We have a beautiful northern lights display or southern lights display. Some transformer failures in vulnerable areas, maybe some regional power outages. Radio communications will be disrupted. GPS will be degraded. Satellites may have some issues. Now, week 1 is our initial response. Some areas will still without power a week later. Okay, but and there might be rolling blackouts in others to help maintain the balance. Supply chains are going to have disruptions. And conspiracy theorists claim it's just a cover for whatever insert their preferred conspiracy would be here. Now, in months 1 through 6, we have a recovery phase. Now, this is where the replacement transformers are ordered and installed. Gradual service is restored. Some areas will take months, mostly rural areas. Economic impact will be tens of billions of dollars, and the lives disrupted will be millions. But do you know what doesn't happen? Here's what does not happen. All electronics do not become fried because CMEs don't work that way. Permanent grid destruction doesn't happen because equipment can be replaced. The collapse of civilization as we know it doesn't happen because we survived worse. Mass casualties don't happen because this isn't a weapon. And what else doesn't happen is none of that Mad Max bullshit happens. If your survival plan requires leather armor and a flamethrower and a 1972 Camaro, you're not preparing your cosplay budget. Now, so I want to take this moment right here, okay, to address this specifically because I keep sort of seeing it in posts. A solar storm will fry everything with electronic circuits. That's the claim. No, it won't. Now, we're going to get into a little EM physics here. Okay, we're going to engineer the shit out of this to help maybe make it stick. CMEs induce currents in long conductors. These means that they're measured in kilometers, not meters. Most electronics are also shielded. The effects of a geomagnetic storm on your electronic devices is effectively zero. This isn't an EMP, okay? It's a different phenomenon entirely. This is geomagnetic induction, which requires long conductors to be effective. Small devices with short conductors and battery operated they'll survive. The CME doesn't magically fry semiconductors. It induces currents in long transmission lines. Levy's here. Sorry. The power might go out. Your phone might not have service if cell towers are down, but the device itself will be fine. Now, if you want to understand why this matters, let's look at the frequency spectrum. A geomagnetic storm has a frequency content from 0.001 hertz to maybe 1 hertz. Very low frequency, long wavelengths. To effectively couple energy into a conductor, you need that conductor to be a reasonable fraction of that wavelength. At 0.01 hertz, the median of this, the wavelength is 30 million meters. Even at 1 hertz, it's 300,000 meters. Your car's wiring is not even close. Your phone's wiring is not even close. Now, powered transmission lines spanning hundreds of kilometers, those are in the ballpark. That's why they're vulnerable. That's basic electromagnetic theory. It's not opinion, it's physics. It's proven every day. So, let's address some conspiracy horseshit directly, because that's why most of you guys are here. Let's start with the claim that the government will use a solar storm as a cover for an EMP attack. Okay, let's think about this for, I don't know, 2 fucking seconds. The government wanted to launch an EMP attack. Why would they need cover? They just do it. The idea that they would need to coordinate a false flag operation with solar activity is absurd. Also, solar storm and EMPs have completely different signatures. A solar CME is gradual onset. It's measured in minutes to hours, and the effects long conductors. And it's regional variable. Who's facing it? It lasts hours to days. It creates auroras. Now, a high-altitude EMP is instantaneous. It affects all electronics in line of sight. It's uniform over a wide area. It's a single pulse, no aurora. And you know what? You'd probably be able to see the light. Scientists can distinguish between these. Amateur radio operators can distinguish between these. The signatures are completely different. But sure, let's assume that the government is competent enough to coordinate a nuclear EMP attack, but incompetent enough to need solar activity as cover. That makes total sense. Confusing an EMP with a CME is like confusing a fist fight with a nuclear strike. One ruins your afternoon, the other one ends your species. If you can't tell the difference, that's where you went to YouTube University problem. Yes, that's exactly how they knew about the South Africa-Israeli nuke tests. So let's talk about the next claim. The next claim is all electronics will be destroyed. We kind of already talked about this. Again, this is confusion between a nuclear EMP and a geomagnetic storm. They're not the same thing. A nuclear EMP is a massive electromagnetic pulse from a high-altitude nuclear detonation. It generates an E1 pulse that can fry electronics. Fast-rising, high-amplitude, broad spectrum. A geomagnetic storm is slow-moving, low frequency, and primarily affects long conductors. It does not fry individual electronics. That means your laptop is fine. Your phone will be fine. Your car will be fine. Your TV will be fine. The power might go out, but that's different from the devices being destroyed. If you can't understand this distinction, you shouldn't be commenting on this topic. Now, let's go to the next claim, because this is one that we hear all the time. They're hiding how bad it really is. God. Wow. Who's they? Let's be specific. NOAA Space Weather Prediction Center publishes real-time data online that you can find. Solar wind speed, magnetic field strength, KP index, solar imagery, all public, all free. NASA provides solar imagery from SDO and SOHO and other missions. Public, free. Amateur radio operators track propagation conditions and report them. Also, public, free. Anyone can participate. Power companies monitor geomagnetic activity because their job is to keep the lights on. Except during winter storms in Texas, but I digress. They have no incentive to hide information that could help them prepare. So who exactly is hiding what? And how are they suppressing data that's publicly available from multiple independent sources? This is the problem that with conspiracy thinking as a whole. They assume everything is hitting, even though the data is right there. Let that sink in for a minute. Now, the next claim is this will be used to implement martial law, reset the economy, install 5G mind control, what the fuck ever. Okay. Here's the thing about conspiracy theorists. Every crisis is a pretext for their particular fetish or fixation. Pandemic, it's a pretext for lockdowns and control. Economic crash, it's a pretext for digital currency. Solar storm, it's a pretext for martial law. You know what didn't happen during the Northeast outage in New York City of hours long without power? Martial law. Didn't happen. Do you ever notice how they are simultaneously competent enough to orchestrate these massive global conspiracies, yet incompetent enough that some random YouTuber on the internet figured it all out? The real world doesn't work like that. Solar storms are natural phenomena. They're predictable, observable, and understandable. Turning them into your preferred political conspiracy requires ignoring all of the actual science and engineering in favor of your specific fetish or narrative. Scientists are baffled or don't understand what's happening. Actually, let me come back to it. I saw things in here that looked funny. Hold on. I saw a line that got my attention. 85 said burst went up 9 months later. Yes, without any sort of a hobby, there was a slight spike in birth rates. Because what else are you going to do for at least 2 minutes of your 8-hour window of no power? So let's go back to the next claim. I only got 2 more. I think I only got 1 more of these. I have 1. Yeah, this is the last claim. Scientists are baffled. They don't understand what's happening. No, they're not. We understand solar physics pretty fucking well. We understand geomagnetic induction. We understand CME dynamics. Are there things we don't know? Sure. Science always has uncertainties. But the basic phenomenon is well understood, and the predictions have been surprisingly consistently accurate. How the fuck can that be? When NOAA says we're expected G3 conditions starting at 1800 hours UTC, they're usually right. And when they say this CME will miss Earth, it usually does. This isn't mysterious. It's not baffling. It's applied physics and engineering. And if you haven't applied it yourself, shut the fuck up. You don't belong commenting on this conversation. Except maybe to say, can you explain that again, please? Look, I get it. Solar storms sound scary. The Carrington Event is a great story if you haven't read it. And there's real money in selling fear. But here's the thing. You can understand the actual risk without buying into the apocalyptic conspiracy. Maybe that bullshit you can prepare for without falling for doomsday grifters. And if your entire worldview requires every natural phenomenon, I'm looking at HARP and hurricanes and earthquakes and all this other shit. If every natural phenomenon to be part of some grand conspiracy, if that is your worldview, then maybe the problem in this case isn't the sun. Maybe the problem is you. All right, so let's get back to reality and let's answer some quick questions of what should you actually be concerned with? What can you actually do? So we have legitimate concerns. For an extended power outage, a Carrington level event could cause regional outages lasting anywhere from weeks to months in the worst affected areas. We're not talking about globe-wide. We're talking about very specific areas. And this isn't because of civilization collapsed, but because large transformers have long replacement times. What does this mean for you? Simple. Move to a metro area or basic emergency preparedness. The same stuff you need for any extended outage. We're talking hurricanes, ice storms, earthquakes. Water storage or filtration, non-perishable foods, battery-operated radio or hand crank radio, flashlight and batteries, first aid supplies, some cash on hand because ATMs need power, and medications. Did you notice what is not on the list? Guns, gold, bunkers, ammo, or 5 years of MREs. Extended power outages are going to also disrupt logistics, manufacturing, and distribution. Not collapse, disruption. This means some shortages, some higher prices, delays. Annoying, not apocalyptic. There will be some communication issues. Cell networks depend on power. Most of them have a backup generator. However, those generators require fuel. How do you get fuel to those generators is through a distribution network. That's the supply chain we just talked about. Satellites might be degraded. What does this mean? Simple. Plan alternative ways to contact your family. Know where your local emergency broadcast stations are. Have a battery-powered or hand crank radio. Or assumes everything's fine unless you hear otherwise. Now, there will be some financial system stress. Electronic banking and trading depends on power and communications. GPS timing issues could affect financial systems. Keep cash on hand. Have paper copies of important financial documents. So, what can you actually do? It's very simple. From an individual level, basic emergency preparedness. This works for any crisis. You should already have that if you're a semi-intelligent adult. I would hope. Don't panic. Don't buy into the hype. Do not pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for an underground bunker underneath your house. Understand that disruption does not equal apocalypse. And stay informed of legitimate sources. We're talking about NOAA, not YouTube. Now, on a community level, You can support the infrastructure investment through normal civic processes, voting on budgets, things of that nature. You can learn about your local grid's resilience. You can participate in emergency response programs. Here's an idea. Don't spread panic. Let's talk about what not to do. Sorry, I love this slide. Here's what you not to do. Don't panic. Don't empty your bank account. Don't buy overpriced prepper shit. Don't spread apocalyptic narratives. And by all means, don't trust YouTubers with ominous music and red thumbnails. Oh. Someone just said that they love MREs, especially the casserole. Michaela, you need help. Look, emergency preparedness should be part of your everyday life and make it part of your job. But it's rational preparedness. It's based on actual threats and practical responses. You don't go out and buy a trauma kit for a toddler who scraped their knee. The difference between, say, military preparedness and prepper panic is this. The military plans for realistic scenarios and practical solutions. Preppers plan for fantasies with expensive gear they'll never use. So, translation is this. Be prepared, don't be paranoid. There is a difference. That's just what they would say. They, a global conspiracy company. Now a moment from our sponsors. All right, let's zoom out for a minute and let's talk about why this matters beyond just solar storms, okay? This is exactly the kind of topic where real science gets hijacked by fearmongers. Sorry, I got distracted. Solar storms are real. They're interesting. They have legitimate implications. But the moment someone tells you that they're going to end civilization or that they aren't telling you the truth, you're being sold something. I mean, the pattern is always the same with every conspiracy. Take a real phenomenon, strip away context and nuance, add apocalyptic interpretation, eerie music, and big red thumbnails, sprinkle in government conspiracy, sell prepper supplies or clicks, or both. And the reason it works is because most people don't have the technical background to evaluate the claims. They hear Carrington Event and grid collapse and solar maximum, and it sounds scary. But when you actually understand the physics, the engineering, and the historical context, and the current state of preparedness, the picture is very, very different. Look, you want to do your own research? Fine. Great. I encourage it. But here's how you actually do research. Start with primary sources. We're talking about NOAA's Space Weather Prediction Center, NASA SDO data, NERC assessments, IEEE papers on grid vulnerability. Look at the actual data. Understand the actual measurements. Learn the actual physics. And then watch how conspiracy theorists take that same data, right, and turn into apocalyptic porn. Watch how they masturbate to the cherry-picked data that they want you to know. How they misrepresent, how they ignore everything that doesn't fit their narrative. And you want to know what's even more dangerous than a solar storm? Scientific illiteracy. The inability to evaluate resources, the tendency to believe scary stories over boring ass facts. Because let's be honest, solar storms are just one topic. The same bullshit thinking that turns CMEs into the apocalypse also turns vaccines into bioweapons, contrails into chemtrails, and turns a fucking sphere into a flat earth. It's the same cognitive failure, just applied to different topics. Now, the sun isn't sending secret messages. It's not plotting against the grid. It's not doing the same. It's doing the same thing it's been doing for 4.6 billion fucking years. The only variable is humans getting dumber on the internet. The difference between now and 1859 is that we can see it coming and can take action. That's not a weakness. That's engineering. It's not a conspiracy. That's science. And if you can't tell the difference, that's a you problem. Not a sun problem, not a science problem. That's a you problem. All right, that's the main content for tonight. So here's what we covered. We covered about AR 4294 and 4296. They are significant, but not unprecedented. Solar maximum is normal. It happens every 11 years. CMEs are real threats, but not civilization enders. The Carrington event was serious, but context dependent. Modern grids have vulnerabilities and protections. Most conspiracy narratives are bullshit. And practical preparedness is good, panic is not. So, some of you may have been typing furiously with some questions. Let's have them. Let's see what questions you got. Jack Feder is coming in hot with, you are military, i.e. them. Not only military, Jack, I was military intelligence. So therefore, yes, I was them. You want me to stay calm, i.e. you lie, i.e. panicking, searching the cheesy gordita crunch MREs. I hate to break it to you. MREs are very subjective, by the way. There are some that most won't touch. Okay. They suck. Not going to lie. The key to an MRE is that you have lots of Tabasco sauce and you drench whatever you have in it. Salt and pepper go a long way too. But perspective. Never use rat milk. I don't know where that's going. I don't know where that's going, and I don't think I want to know where that's going. Spam is far too expensive now that it has to be the cheap-ass supermarket chopped ham and pork. Yes. Super noodles and ramen for the win. Absolutely, Sarah Jones. You are absolutely correct. So I have, let's talk about my specific preparedness, okay? I take my my Jeep, and I have a different car now, a 4Rider off-road. In my vehicle, I have a rudimentary toolkit. It has socket wrenches, it has regular wrenches, it has screwdrivers, it has fuses, it has universal wrenches, it has a few small replacement parts, it has ratchet straps, JB weld, and a few other things I might need to get me off the trail and back onto something that's called paved. I also have a bag that I carry in there. Now, that bag is very dependent on what it is that I'm doing. When I used to work out in the field, I had an overnight bag. That overnight bag had a change of clothes, deodorant, a toothbrush, things like that that are required for to feel human after working 24 hours. I have first aid kits. I have my climbing kit. I have other random bits and bobs in there to make life a little easier. Any food kit I have is ramen. I can add any protein to that, whether it be an egg, whether it be a small furry mammal. At least it gives me carbs. At least that gives me something to function. I carry life straws because sometimes when we're out climbing, we're not near a water fountain and you get thirsty. Life straw is nice to have. That's it. Oh, I'm sorry. When I talk about change of clothes, it's imperative that includes a pair of boxers and a pair of socks. One thing that will always be around me, and it's ingrained from my time in the military, is you always have an extra pair of socks. GG said, Dan learned me lots. Good. Again, Rob Hoyle and Lindsay, I don't know where that's going and I don't want to know. I get cheesy ramen from the Asian market. Okay, well, but can you make your own cheesy ramen, Charles Arnold? That's the question. My company makes the plain and jalapeno cheese pouches for MREs. I encourage full panic to keep. Thank you, evil producer. You are now part of the day. Serious questions. As the UK's power system is mostly underground, would it be less affected? No, because lower frequencies penetrate further in. How far are they underground? That's going to be the first variable. Are we talking meters or are we talking kilometers? I mean, Dan is sound like a secret agent every day. Fried spam is not something that should be considered a delicacy. Please do not refer to it in that way, by all means. And I understand what it is in Australia, and I understand what it is in Hawaii. They are basically like national foods or very regional cultural foods. No, I don't like spam on a good day. I don't like spam on a brand name. I don't like any of that shit. I will eat it if I have to. I'd rather open a can of tuna fish. Actually, the brand isn't necessarily too important. Cheap canned meat doesn't have the same ring to it. Yeah, that's true. You're absolutely true in that case. Let's see. I'm going to switch over a few things here. So the question we should have. Let's see. The company I work for makes the MRE plain and jalapeno cheese spread. I encourage full panic mode to keep getting paid. By the way, on days we produce MREs, we make nearly 500,000 pouches. Holy shit. That's a lot. Power cables maybe on average 5 feet underground. Yeah, Rob, you're fucked either way. I hate to break it to you. That's not enough. You're going to be getting power outages regardless. Because here's the thing, it doesn't just affect those lines. It's going to affect any lines that are, let's say you live in London, okay? I'm assuming here. If you live in London and most of your things underground, you're still going to have the rural areas where they're above ground, right? I mean, as I understand it, there's still going to be areas where you get up in the Midlands, stuff like that, they're going to be above ground. That's going to cascade them downwards from there. So it's not just your area. Remember, it's every area around you. That includes your substation. That includes your major hubs where they do the balancing and routing and things like that. All those things are going to be affected. And it's now granted, what matters is going to be time of year, the tilt of the earth, what side's facing it. If Hawaii is the only one who gets hit, or let's say that area, like the Aleutian Islands and stuff like that, and Alaska gets hit, that's pretty localized. But let's say Scandinavia and Europe get hit. Well, that's not so localized. That's going to affect far more people. Because contrary to belief, the moose in Alaska do not need power. Tuna falls under canned meat. Yeah, that's true. It does. The main part of the UK network overground is the power station outward to the substation. Exactly, Michaela. World War II attitude where spam was pretty much all the meat soldiers could get. Yeah. Look, I despise it. I really do. I mean, you can cut it up and just the fact you take it out of a can and it's a fucking cube just irks me. That's like when you go to a deli and you get let's say you want to get a ham sandwich and they grab the ham out of the cooler and it's a fucking cube. Look, don't you have a regular ham that's not like processed and formed into like a gelatinous mess into like a box, please? Yeah. No, thank you. Long transmission lines are both ground, but everything else is below here. We have small streets, cluttering them with cables hanging everywhere was too much. The phone lines can hang. See, in here specifically, we talk about like the poles that are going through. You have the primary power at the top. You have the secondary power below that, and then below that, you have what we refer to as telecommunication lines. And the bottom one is always had a set level above the height of the road. And the bottom one is always the public utility. So they get dibs at the first rung, and whatever space is left between the secondary power and the public utilities telecommunications cable, that's what everyone has to fight for. It sucks. I've had to reroute entire designs because there was no room on poles. Birds are only ones who require power because they want to sit on power lines. True. Probing still gets blackouts from times because, again, it's underground there, but above ground from the power lines and the vulnerable substation. So there you go. Does America still have the berry cheese? According to the fat electrician, yes, that is still a thing. Power for mooses needs your support. One time I was so hungry, I ate canned pumpkin with no sugar, mind you. Cygnus, ugh. Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Hey, you're supposed to eat square meals. Ham is not meant to be square. Didn't we used to call them males ready to expel? Yes. Cube pigs are the way of the future. Yes, you can fit them easier into the pens, and you get more efficient use of the area between them. What do I think about pineapple on pizza? Ooh, pineapple on pizza. Personally, no. But I'm more of a meat pizza kind of guy. Give me sausage, pepperoni, and red onions, and I'm happy all day long. I might get indigestion or a little heartburn from it, but it's usually worth it. No, geek, no, I don't love the Monty Python spam sketch. Yes, I've actually done square watermelons in real life as well. It's pretty cool, actually. Doesn't taste any different, obviously. It just looks different, and it looks really weird. When you're used to seeing like triangle slices as a kid, and all of a sudden now you get a slice that's a square, it's like, my brain hurts. Maybe they got the pigs from the land of Minecraft. Maybe. And that'd probably be the best use of them. Pineapple on pizza should be mandatory. No. No, 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 no. Holding time, it also has 4,000 amp hours of pure 4 batteries. Okay, so he's got a lithium, or is it LIFE? Is that lithium iron? So let's talk about batteries and preppers for a moment, because this is something I saw recently and I found it humorous. If people go with the lithium ion batteries, or even the let's say car batteries stacked up and stuff like that, just storing them without even charging them up or having current going through them, they start degrading. Do you know what battery doesn't degrade? Is I think it's called, is it an Einstein battery? And an Einstein battery is, I think it's called an Einstein battery. It's iron and nickel, and I forget what the catalyst is between the two, but it's very like you just refill the catalyst and that's it. I mean, it's that simple. It's a potassium chlorinate or something like that. I think so. It was something like pretty common. Great longevity with lithium iron PO4 as opposed to ordinary lithium. Yes, that's what I'm getting at. It's the iron itself that is. So the problem with lithium is that the lithium itself breaks down just as a basis of time. Iron and nickel, I think it was nickel. I think it's iron and nickel. Is it called an Einstein battery? Somebody help me. Yes. Nickel ion batteries, NIFE, was invented by Thomas Edison battery. Edison battery, excuse me, not Einstein. Jesus Christ. Somebody smack me. I've been doing physics for too long. Edison battery from 1901. There are some that were made in 1901 that are still can be used today. What does that tell you? Iron nickel batteries consist of nickel oxide hydroxide as the positive, and iron as the negative, and potassium hydroxide as the electrolyte. So there you go. Now, if you can make one of those, there are some drawbacks. You will almost always have battery powers, because here's the thing: you can leave the nickel and iron separated, right? You don't have an electrolyte between them. You have nothing to clean, and you can literally pour it together and make it run and charge it right away. And now you have a battery that runs. So if you are into prepping and you are into something long lasting, I highly recommend a nickel iron battery. However, very heavy. And the power density is, I think, 1/10 of a lithium ion battery. So you need a few of them. Franklin battery. I don't know what that one is. Yes. So lithium iron batteries are good, and they don't burst into flames as easily. That's true. They claim about 4,000 cycles drain to 20%. Yes. There are still light bulbs that are running constantly since the early 1900s. Yes. The Trump battery. Just keeps going still. See, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. Yes. Edison had potassium hydroxide electrolyte. Yes, that's exactly what it was. Einstein, Edison. I got my inventors confused. My apologies. A Franklin battery only works with lightning. I get it. That's funny. Sultan battery. Big fish. That's what usually gets you thrown in jail. Crystal radios work with no batteries. Okay for receiving a signal. Yes. So yeah, that's kind of where we sat on everything. That's kind of what I wanted to cover for tonight. It was something entertaining for me, because I woke up in the morning and I made coffee. I grabbed my phone and I went to go look and see what was going on in the world today because I had 15 minutes for my first call. And I see a headline that basically looks like this. Whoops. Hold on, let me go to this. Here we go. This is what my look like. This is what my stream looked like. My live feed of my news. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Oh, I did not hear about giant sunspots shaped like Santa Claus on a reindeer sled. Huh. I'm not necessarily calling it quits yet. What do you? Let's put this. Let's put it up to you guys. What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to listen to Kevin moan and whine on Vika's stream? Do we want to do something else? Let's hear some ideas. I'm going to go to about 9 o'clock my time. Potato. Oh, the potato battery. Yes. What do you guys want to talk about? What do we want to go through? I'm here for whatever. Santa spots, for fuck's sake. Kevin had time to moan and Vika stream. He has a newborn. Yeah, I know. Go figure. Make fun of Kevin works. Okay. Well, it seems like we have a long-standing thing here. Now, I prefer something more interactive. The Baghdad battery, 85. You've been watching too much Minutemen, mini Minutemen. No, Jay, we're not quitting yet. Oh, I do want to discuss something real quick here. We are up to somehow or another, by some weird thing of stupidity or whatnot, we have 464 subscribers. We are doing a mad push for end of year to 500, which means I have to get off my ass and do more content, and I will. But mad dash to 500 for the end of the year. It's arbitrary. It's something that I never thought I'd get 100, but once I got 100, I was like, hey, how long is it going to take me to get 500? And if I can get that in less than a year, I think that'd be pretty cool personal. Shows you guys care about what I say and you enjoy what I put out. So I can't go wrong there. But subs notwithstanding, there is the channel has grown a lot, and I have every one of you here in chat to thank for that. Everyone who has subbed, everyone who has liked, everyone who has shared. It's been weirdly it's been weird for me. And, I don't know how to put it. It's the idea of like the imposter syndrome. DP and I talked about this a couple times on one of his streams, and I'll come to DP in a second. But it's like I don't think I say anything nuanced or different. But like I try to be different, if that makes sense. I don't just sit here and do reaction videos. I don't just look up something on Google and read it off the screen. I actually try to research and try to make some kind of a homogenous sort of stream when I don't have to restart it 3 fucking times because of dropped frames. But it allows me to do some things that I think is different and try to present things differently. Whether we talk about declassified files, which I do have a couple more things coming out on that, whether it talks about just basic science and physics, like we talked about tonight, or we're talking about conspiracies as a whole because individual conspiracies are retarded and, are dumb, and they need to be shown how fucking dumb they are. 3 more since I started. Yeah, I just refreshed and it says 464, Lindsay both. So 3 of you signed up. So thank you for that. So let's talk about DP real quick. DP has been doing some personal stuff. I've tried to keep in touch with him as much as possible. He's got a lot going on and he's doing a lot, and he's unplugging from this stuff to work on some personal things. And I sympathize with it and I approve wholeheartedly with the way he's doing it. We had a long conversation about it. And I've touched base with him occasionally, including threatening to stalk him like an ex if he doesn't start answering. So generally speaking, we talk about once every 2 weeks or so. But we're due again. So hopefully by next live stream, I'll have an update for you guys. And but as far as I know, last I heard, everything's going well. Everything's going good. He is just working on some stuff. If you're part of his Discord, you kind of know what some of the stuff that kind of ended up happening this year late. After, like right around the critical streamathon, he had, he had a whole lot of personal issues kind of coming up all at once. But he's working through it. So I miss him. He's like he's a brother from another mother for me. I enjoy his content. I enjoy hanging out with him. I enjoy just bullshitting with him. It's always fun. And I hope he comes back. And if he does, we'll all be here waiting for him. And if he doesn't, we'll support him in that too. So I'll go catch one of his Football Manager live streams and make sure I go there for that. So. Yes, I will send our love, everyone's love to him. Tell him that he is missed, but no hurry, and that there is a hole in the debunking world without him in it. So I hope that he does come back, because then I can take a break. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna hit 500 and take a break. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Hugs for me, unless that's weird, then fist bump or something. Nah, I'd give him a hug, definitely. No kink shame, but damn, what is this? I'll come to DP in a second. I'll come to DP in a second. Yeah, thanks, DLC. I'm going to have to make sure that I use his full name going forward. Just for a laugh, a short with little yappy dogs getting what they want. Hang on for later. Yes, I'll definitely hang on that for later. Yeah, 85. I wait till he gets back and touch base with him and stuff like that. So. I'm going to put on Vika. He's still going. I'm looking at his live stream. His live stream is interesting. Let's put it that way. I don't know if they're coming after me for anything, but I don't really care one way or the other. It's these jokes can, these chuckle fucks, for sake of another word, or crocoducks if you're Michaela, can just go pound sand because they're hardly waste an effort. But I will say this: it is always entertaining to get their take, their expertise on so many subjects in one live stream. It's fucking amazing. Like, we should bask in their enlightenment. And I can't even finish a sentence without laughing. I recall asking my dad what he would name a small yappy dog. He said asswipe. Yeah. Hey, Marcus, you didn't miss much. Just went over things like solar flares, CMEs, Carrington Event, what would happen nowadays, fear porn and why it sucks and why people are dumb. But that's it. Hey, it's Sunday needs to return. Yeah, this is kind of like, hey, it's Sunday. Just a little different. Their only worth is entertainment. I agree. I tried to start a cold air balloon business. It never took off. All right. Let's see what Vika has to say, shall we? I'm going to put up his hold on, let's see. I'm going to put up his live chat too. I'm not sure if you guys can read his live chat, but we'll bring it up and let's see what kind of nuggets of wisdom we can learn from Vika and Kevin today, shall we? Let me make sure we're not muted. All right, cool.
Right, that you're looking for sure you can sell out for anything. You could say any shit, right? And it's interesting too, right? A lot of lies that they were saying, things are coming out. The technology is helping us see more that these people were lying, right?
Which people?
Alrighty, we have Kevin with you here with us. Kevin. So just so everybody know, Kevin is the guy who was on Dr. Shiva's
panel.
There you guys all know, right? When you hear
Kevin was there. At least he participated. Sort of.
Kevin, you're gonna know who is Kevin. Kevin, we don't hear you. I see your screen blank. Do you have your mic on or?
Wait. Let me see.
No, you don't have to on the camera, but I hear you. How you doing, Kevin? Thanks, you made it here.
Doodle, no idea.
Fine. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass, the whole thing, but it's finished now, and I think I did what I wanted to present it, and I knew it would be painful, but it was so much obstruction.
You knew it was going to be painful. Shit. You don't know the half of it. No need to hear Kevin. He can just hold up a sign. Wow, Dougal. Yeah.
So much diffusion that it was hard to deal with those guys. They are not normal people. They are. I think Toon is an agent, to be honest. Yeah.
Oh yeah, bro, they were really freaking attacking from every angle, dude. They were not even letting you speak, nor
holding papers up in the end. Yes, I don't know how much you revised of it, but at one point they muted only because I think they wouldn't. This Shiva wouldn't come to a neutral platform.
The reason why you were muted is because you weren't following directions. You were asked to present a mathematical model. You were asked to actually make a prediction. You were asked to, this wasn't a debate. It was put up or shut up is what it was. You came with fallacies, which are wrong. You came with, affirming the consequence and why the, why the assumptions I made and stuff like that for the sun location calculator were all wrong, but not anything. You could have presented anything, even if it was wrong. You could have presented any mathematical model. You could have taken the code from, instead of just showing a video of Shane's fucking YouTube, you could have taken the code from that and derived some sort of mathematical model or something, right? Or somebody could have helped you do that. Because even if the math was wrong, at least you would have came with something. You would have actually participated and been part of like what the actual scope was. Did you notice that Toon and I didn't say a lot? Because we didn't have to. We understood the assignment. We completed the assignment. You didn't.
needs the muting ability. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you could see the bias in him. You could see the bias in him right from the beginning, Kevin. Right?
Oh, for sure. No, yeah, I think that Toon took over at some point. Like maybe he was a little bit curious in the beginning. I don't know, maybe, but we
No, we were both curious in the beginning, and Toon didn't take over. We had a division of labor. So I showed the math. I presented to everybody. I actually made a prediction that was going to correspond to the location of where Shiva was at and the time that we were on the call. You didn't have a prediction. Just sun up. Sunset means sun go far away.
know that Toon is crazy, but we saw that at one point in the because this started in January, you know, and we wanted to do a talk in May or June, but
It wasn't January. It was like end of February, early March, whatever.
we saw that at this point of time, Toon took over completely, and it was not Shiva talking with us anymore, but Toon. So yeah, we know how debates go with Toon, obfuscation only.
Oh yeah, so he must have brainwashed him really good for him to just hand everything to McToon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was I don't
And
know.
how come
Yeah,
how come
Yeah. Say.
how come you got involved, brother? How what happened? How come you got involved? Because
Yeah, I was curious about the because I did the test with the fishing line, and
I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this play.
I saw this interview with Shiva, and then I wanted to I wanted to only observe the thing. I thought the top guys who are debating every now and then they will go there and I will only watch. But yeah, then I talked to the other flat earthers, and they say they get excluded, they cannot join, and I just thought, okay, I will try it because maybe I can present my fishing line thing.
They got excluded because they were assholes. Remember group 1, group 2? Which group did you fall into?
And then I heard that also Stone, they excluded him, who did a good test. I talked with him, and we meet before, and we said what would be the best we could present, and I said I would like to present my fishing line, but he said there was also Lindsay at this meeting, the Tomb of Illumination. He wanted to present something with magnetism, but then we talked, and Stone said no, his thing is cheaper, and we.
Okay, so I haven't released these yet, and I'm going to. I know I should have released a few things, but I'm going to. During the pre-call, we had chances to talk about individual experiments we wanted to do. And it was supposed to be agreeing on one experiment. Now, anybody who deals with a flurf knows, first and foremost, that they are not going to agree to any experiment that requires a prediction, as we noticed. He presented exactly one experiment fully and briefly passed over a couple of other experiments, briefly, including fishing line, celestial theodolite, and a few other things. We were okay with any of them. We knew what the problem was with any of them. So, you know, the idea of it was that it is a experiment that anybody can do. Not anybody can jump in a fucking airplane and spend money to fly around an airport, which, as I've shown, the ILS system in Canada is only one runway in Toronto is actually tested out to the, I think it was 2.5 nautical mile mark. None were tested beyond 4 nautical miles for any sort of like granularity. So he just didn't understand it, and that's what they decided. So the way it worked was, supposedly, according to Mr. Potato Head, he had an all call to all flat earthers to come on to this Zoom call so we can talk about experiments, so they can present their one experiment. And their one experiment is to prove the earth is flat. So besides that, the title of it is already wrong to begin with. And besides the problem of it being that you already come to one terms, you're not collaborating. We came with multiple ones. I had 3. Toon had, I'm sure, 3 or 4 also. We talked about the sun, and I was on board with that. Kevin was not. We talked about the ILS. We said that there was problems with that. He didn't care. So we said that we were going to, we discussed things like margin of error and stuff like that. So he was supposed to be able to present those later on in the next call. So he presented more fully on the next call. Again, this was before the actual televised call or the streamed call. And he presented some more ILS information. And we took notes. We had 3 days to take notes before the first call. During those calls, we said, we'll present experiments on the first call, and then we'll give everybody a week to go do it. We don't have to do it on a whiteboard right away like Shiva originally wanted to. We'll have a week to present our models and everything else, which worked great for me because I needed to derive it myself, and I have a full-time job, full-time career. So the idea of it is that we would have time to do it. And in that call, we brought up margin of error. So on the second call, when we were supposed to be offering our things, he still didn't have margin of error. He still didn't have anything else, and he still didn't have a prediction for the sun model. The idea was, and again, this is how Toon and I did it. I took over the sun prediction, sun location calculator. I worked on that. If I had questions, I went to Toon. I also went to a couple other people. If he started working on what the error margin was going to be on the ILS, he asked me for some information. I gave it to him. He also asked me some information that I didn't know, and I had to ask some other people. We got some other people involved. It was simple. And as we were going through, because since he had no error margin, he said it was 0, we knew that that was going to be false. So because we knew it was false, we knew that we had to understand what the error margin is first, so we knew exactly what we were measuring. And as we looked into it, both of us looked into it, we realized, well, kind of like from the original presentation, that this is fucked. There's no way. Like, how can this isn't a string that you're running into. But whatever. Yes, Charles Arnold. Part of the problem that they had was that the planes they wanted to rent, some of them said VFR and may not have had ILS. Shows you how much Kevin understood his own assignment. So go figure.
We all agreed, and not only cheaper but faster to replicate, because I did the fishing line experiment that took me several months to twist the line, and it was crazy what I did there. But the plane experiment was easier.
But even with the fishing line experiment, it says it takes months to twist the line and everything else. Great. Okay. How many people have access to a large body of water that they can do this on, like you did? Granted, you have it in your backyard. Makes sense for you to do it. Doesn't necessarily make sense for everyone else to do it. See the complication?
To replicate, he has some results which we can present, and so I said, okay, you get thrown out, so I will do what you wanted to do, because I think it's It's simple, yeah. So I took over.
He decided to do what they wanted to do because it was simple. Yeah. How simple was it, Kevin? Because it was pretty simple to dismantle it, that you had no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And Blackburn, you're absolutely right. I think that is the reason why Kevin showed up for the second call. We actually had ongoing conversations of who would show up for a second call. And we both kind of agreed that Kevin would, primarily because he can play the victim card.
I spoke for him, more or less, yeah.
Nice. That's what it looked like. Like, like it wasn't your thing, and then
Yeah.
right. So okay. And Tarita in the chat is asking how long have you been a flat Earth, and how did they get you, right, in a way, like to on board? How long?
The C word, which we cannot say here.
Yeah.
I got curious about other things, and I watched the 2020. Or maybe it was 2019. I watched the Evaranon series, but I also then I remembered when I watched the Evaranon series that I could in a vacation some years ago I could see a mountain which I shouldn't be able to see, and then it was clicking after the Evaranon. Yeah,
We see
but
too.
I
Nice.
also
And
did
also,
other tests after. You've seen some things of my channel. I did the fishing line. Then I did some refraction
no.
falsification.
Tell us for sure. But one before you tell us about that experiment and where you did it. So in 2020, more or less, you got into flat Earth, right? I also heard you saying that you are a pilot.
No. I found other pilots who want to do this test now. I have two pilots who want to replicate the tests now more. Yeah, I'm not. No. I did normal university study. I was in the office. I did media economy. Was my thing, and I did a video series about the rigged money system. So I was aware of this rabbit hole long, and I know there's better ways to do economy and community. So I was in conspiracies looking into this longer. Yeah.
Valid question, Big Fish. Valid question.
I did technical in the university, but not specifically in flying. No.
Awesome. Cool. So this experiment, tell us about this line experiment and where you did it, and how you got the idea and where exactly you did it.
Yeah, I was.
I'm going to jump ahead. I don't want to hear. Do you guys want to hear about his fishing line experiment?
Without optics, I also heard about Brian.
If you guys want to hear about that, put a 1 in. If you don't want to hear about it, put a 2 in, and I'll fast forward a little bit.
Completely straight and see what is the deviation from that.
Okay.
But it would be too costly. Then I thought
those are some immediate no's.
Let's do something. They sent him data from their instruments. So now this test, what we presented at Dr. Shiva, things, and then the pilots were contacting him, and
I guess he didn't talk about his experiment.
It was he had planned it for 4 years now and presenting things, and after 2 years of showing what he's planning, because he's really the flight simulator guy, he knows all about the technical things.
Flight simulator, because why not? So Stone's been working on this for 4 years, and over the last 2 years, he's been presenting it to pilots, apparently. So there you go.
And then the pilots were contacting him, and they sent him data from their instruments. So now this test, what we presented at Dr. Shiva, we wanted to do it even better. We want to remain one altitude. The plane isn't even landing. to prevent lack of instruments. But the pilots sent him results from landing, normal landing, the instruments, the ILS data, the DME, everything, the distance, and from this you can see it is also close, less than 1% of flat, and more than 10% it was the result differed from the globe, so 9% more difference and very close to flat. Yeah, so we have some results, even longer distances, because now we want, what we presented was 20 nautical miles, and you heard they claim margin of error is too big.
Error is too big because the distances are too far, and supposedly the distance is supposed to expand on what the on what the differences would be between the two models. In fact, at over 20 nautical miles, the difference would have been a whole outstandingly large number of half a nautical mile, or for an experiment with a larger amount of a margin of error than most things I can think of.
They did a lot of crazy. The tool even showed a localizer beam, not even the beam which is the ILS beam, but one beam which measures something completely different, the vertical, not the horizontal. Yeah, but yeah, it's accurate, the signal, because the planes couldn't work if it would differ too much, and the pilot sent even data from how much was it 35 nautical miles? Yeah, I think something like double the distance what we were planning now, so we have data from double the size. Yeah, and
it's more in favor of flat earth,
yeah,
right?
Less than 1% off, and we think this little bit of difference is because it's going down. It's and the instruments are a little behind, you know. But if you look at the globe value, it was 10% off. 10% is much more than the 1% off flat. So much closer to flat. Yeah.
Crazy. It's crazy, man. So this is the thing. In the end, like, it's like they knew that what could be the result, so they did everything in the book to take out problems so this doesn't happen.
No, we didn't know what was going to show because we've never done it. The only person who's actually done anything similar to that supposedly is Kevin and Stone, and we just looked at it as in like, well, what is our margin of error here? Because we're measuring something very small. And knowing what I know about radio and knowing what I know about atmospherics and refraction and things like that, I know that it was going to be pretty rough to begin with before we even got into things like beam divergence and an antenna aligning, which has its own. And the altimeter has its own, and the DME has its own, and
Right?
I think, yeah, or maybe they thought we present something else, like my test from the fishing line, and because they thought I come up and they already have it in their mind to do the error, margin of error. This was their agenda.
No. Well, I can speak for myself. I can't speak for two. I myself didn't know who the fuck Kevin was. Didn't know he did actual experiment. I didn't watch the Duffy's final debate because it was boring as fuck to me. So I didn't know what he was going to do. So therefore, I didn't know anything else. But if anyone brought an experiment, my first question is going to be, what is your margin of error versus what are we measuring? That's always the first question. Because if your hypothesis is shit, the whole experiment is shit.
This is let's completely dismiss their tests and to look at the sky only and nothing here. And yeah, this was their agenda, and Nothing.
We had no agenda.
Let's look at
We
something we can
wanted-
find. This was their plan.
We
because
wanted to work with them. We wanted to, for sake of another word, put this to bed. So they came out with, even though I explained on the pre-call that it was geometrically exclusive to a sphere as far as where to predict the sun location, right? And Kevin very politely said, that he respectfully disagrees with me. And I said, great. Here's your chance to show that it's not exclusive. Bring the equation that shows it's not exclusive, and we throw away the experiment. It's not that hard. But you didn't. What did you show up with? You showed up about the distance to the sun and why it varied throughout history. You brought up the dark matter. You brought up all sorts of things, while I showed you what my variation was, what my margin of error was. We had no agenda. Sorry, paranoid Kevin. I could give a shit less who was showing up. I was coming to actually do real science as an engineer who has applied science. I'm sorry you haven't applied shit. That put you behind the 8 ball. Maybe you shouldn't have fucking volunteered.
You saw that. I don't know if you already looked at it. I haven't seen the first parts. This other guy there, the supposed claimed radio wave expert. Yes,
Dan.
He looked at the paper where they did typo or
where they did a typo. Kevin, it's not a typo. Okay, it's plus or minus 0.3, but the whole margin of error is 0.6 nautical miles because that's what we call a fucking standard. It's why we have IEEE. It's why we have RTUs and RCFs and things like this, where telecommunications companies and radio specifically, because that's the ITUR, we talk about these things annually. There's working groups who work through these problems annually, who work on these standards to make sure that in this case, all airports can conform to this one standard. Yes, there's airports that are going to work upwards of 10 to 12 times better than what that standard is, but it doesn't change the fucking standard because the airports only have to go to standard. They may be better, but how do you quantify that? How do you do that? They get certified to standard. How do you certify that day under those atmospheric conditions is 10 times better than what is the actual standard? You don't understand what a fucking standard is. That's your problem.
You don't find it anywhere else, this value. Because the day after or the week after I showed from the Federal Aviation Agency the right amount, how much the error is, and it is much less.
But it's not a standard
which is completely wrong. It was in his own document debunked.
No,
what he was presenting.
Because you don't understand what the fucking document says. The document says, even though they work 10 to 12 times more accurate, this is the standard we abide by. It's not fucking hard. Anybody in any technical field understands what standards are. Apparently, except for those who want to do a video series on the rig monetary system and has a degree in media economics or what the fuck ever.
It's showing 2 or 3 times much
logic. You're absolutely true. We live in the hope that a FLIRF will bring the model to the table. Bring us something besides vibes and personal incredulity that we can test. We want that. If ILS could have been tested correctly, I fucking would have jumped on board on that in a heartbeat. In fact, in the pre-call, I tell them, my specialty is radio. This is right up my alley. I love this experiment. Let's do this experiment. Because I was excited to do something that was in my wheelhouse. But he hadn't shown any anything of value yet, anything of what they were talking about. He was talking from a very, very high level of what it was measuring. And I'm like, okay, well, makes sense in, you know, in a way. Sure, great. Give me some details. Let's work on it. The next call, we started working on details. And then that's when the holes started getting punched in like Swiss cheese. Because as I listened to him more and more, I'm like, where's your refraction value? Where is your altitude error margin? Where's your altitude? Where's your margin for beam divergence? Where's all the other things that I need to be taking consideration before this even happens? And this is before we even got to the call that was streamed. So yes, I was excited. I wanted this. I wanted to test this. Guess what? Nothing to fucking test.
Fewer number, lesser number. Sorry, I'm German.
Oh yeah, no worries. And this is the thing, right? The other guy, the other guy with the radio signal, all right? Because Dr. Shiva, he didn't have really idea what was going on. Like he was trying to moderate and be the scientific guy.
There's nothing to moderate because it wasn't a debate. And by the way, if you think that Shiva had no idea what was going on, he wrote his doctorate, what's it called, a thesis on radio wave propagation. I think he knows what the fuck is going on.
Didn't really know what the hell to do or say exactly technically, right? So when that other guy was speaking about radio signals and trying to track that signals and the wave, right? So he was making excuse because when he asked him how much those radio signals can go, and he said 300 plus miles, and Dr. Shiva was,
no, I didn't say 300. I said maybe a couple hundred nautical miles. I haven't done the math on it yet. It's 10 watts. I know with 10 watts, I can talk to the ISS. What's the ISS distance from me? 200 nautical miles? Over 100 at least.
scratching his head, right? If that radio signal is already reaching 300 miles, what experiment do you want to do?
This doesn't work with the globe function, huh? And I don't know.
Okay. Here's personal credulity at its best. Why would you want to do a 300 nautical mile test when it doesn't work with the globe? Then you should have jumped all over it, because what I was referring to was pointing up, because you can't think in 3 fucking dimensions.
Shiva knows about their excuse. They claim about the ionosphere.
Not excuse, actually tested, something I use that you know nothing about, Kevin, and this wasn't using that. Had you fucking paid attention while I presented it, you would have understood that. What was the frequency, Kevin? Tell you what, let me help you. It was over 400 megahertz. Why is that specific? Why is that frequency used? Because it does not bounce over through the ionosphere. It doesn't do any of that shit. Besides the fact that that shit really does fucking happen on a daily basis and is tested, and you have no fucking clue about. Here's the thing. The frequency I picked, the locations I picked, were specifically to create a absolute binary decision. Yes or no. Globe or flat. Yours didn't have that. That's why I presented it to you. That's why I gave it to you as an off chance of, hey, I put work into this. Here's the framework, build it out. I wasn't going to give my 41-page white paper. Fuck that. Do your own work. I worked 1 week on that. I'm not giving that up. But I had it for mine. If they picked it, I would have been ready to go.
This bouncing and this.
It's not bullshit.
But no, this Dan was suggesting tests straight above water, which is way worse of a test if you believe in refraction and all the.
Okay, so Kevin, explain to me the mechanism, would you, of why it's worse over salt water, please. I'm waiting for you to tell me what it is. Because if you're going to talk about mirages, of scintillation and stuff like that, you're in the wrong wavelength, buddy. Salt water is the gold fucking standard. Do you know why? It's because it's 5,000 times better conductivity for a radio wave to travel over. If anything, it helps you, not me. But what hurts you is that fucking curvature problem.
These things, you know, if you believe in this, you want to do it completely where it's less humidity, where it's less water, water particles in the air, where it's less difference, and with the plane at higher altitude, you have these standards. If you listen to Ruhif, even Ruhif says we need to go up if we want to do good tests.
For
So
visual,
this,
Kevin.
we wanted
Visual.
to address this, but yeah, I think after the second week, this Dan, he dismissed his trial because he saw that it's bullshit. Yeah.
No, I
Oh, yeah,
didn't
even-
dismiss the trial. I just put it out there and said, here you go. You can use it. We could have used it. In fact, Tune asked me, and Shiva asked me in the pre-call if we wanted to use it. And I said, no. I prefer to do the sun calculator. Because that's geometrically exclusive. So is mine. But there's a difference between plugging in values at my desk into a spreadsheet, downloading an app, and looking out my fucking window versus buying a radio, arranging for a boat, getting people there, getting a camera there to keep everybody in sync, have a team, a support team to support all this shit. What's easier for John Doe in fucking Virginia to do? Sun calculator.
Even in like hundreds of years ago, Marconi did send a signal over the Atlantic. That was in a straight line. I don't know how these guys don't really do the research.
Marcus, I'm going to have a stroke. I didn't do the research, Vika. Vika, anytime you want to have a conversation about fucking radio waves, let's have one. Because I have done the research. I can tell you the frequency that Marconi transmitted at. I can tell you it only got one fucking letter. I can also tell you how it worked. I can also tell you that it didn't do line of sight. You know why it didn't do line of sight, Vika? Because vacuum tubes weren't fucking invented yet. That's why.
Before getting into something like this, right? And
Like,
then
he
this
honestly thinks we don't learn about Marconi and shit when we're learning about the theory in school for the fucking military. Like, that was day fucking one.
sound very, we are very scientific and we know the method. And this is what I was saying here also, right? They just get lost so much in the sauce of method that they don't do the actual science.
Yeah, this is the plan, I think. I don't know if it's by intention or if it's by accident what they do, but too much in the details.
Why do details matter,
yes.
you dumb fuck?
But a radio wave is a good thing to prove flat. Knickerbein, also this Second World War tests, also is this weapon where you have also two
Jesus
beams.
Christ.
And now we have the
Let's
ILS.
talk about battle beams in Knickerbein, why don't we? It's not a fucking weapon, and it's not a fucking radar like everyone on the flat earth side. This is the first time I heard it get called a fucking weapon. That's fucking rich. And if you go to my channel, you'll see why it is. It's called a grazing ray. It's called ground propagation. It's also called It works, but how often did it fucking work if Darby only got bombed 6 times in over a fucking year? That seems to think that there had to have been some sort of specific requirement for it to reach that far. But they bombed London. They bombed the shit out of London and the southern coast quite a bit using it. Why? Why didn't they use it all the time in Derby if Derby was the crown jewel of the Merlin engine? And the largest hub of the one of the largest hubs for train stations for aircraft parts, which they needed for the Battle of Britain to keep the Germans from landing. Why didn't they bomb it more than 6 times, Kevin? Did you know they only bombed it 6 times? No, you didn't.
Are 2 beams there, so it's always more accurate when you have 2 beams and look for the center of
which
those
still
2
diverge,
beams.
you dumb fuck.
Oh yeah,
And not
but
the localizer.
yeah, our opinion, Kevin, here was like, even though it's a very good experiment, but it's still dicey. It still could have made predictions for the globe.
Here's the funny thing. Vika says something smart here, and don't worry, it was by accident. I'm sure he takes it back here in about 2 seconds. But here's the funny thing. If you watch the Shiva stream and you watch the flat earthers that were in there fucking pounding their chest and everything else, almost every one of them, when he was presenting the ILS, said, "What the actual fuck is this?" Don't take my word for it. Go to Shiva's stream for the first call and look at the live chat. Fast forward to when Kevin starts talking about his bullshit and go there. Then you'll hear him say things about me and my experiment too, but by all means, don't worry about that. I'm not concerned. You can look at that too. There's a couple that are threatening to take what my whole thing was and throw it through AI so they can clown me. Still waiting. Yeah, they get lost in the details of the method and fail to do the actual science. No, I do the actual engineering and apply the science, Kevin. You don't. You misunderstand everything that you read, and if it doesn't have a crayon drawing, you don't understand it at all. Here's the thing. It's details matter because you're doing an experiment. You need to account for them. Otherwise, you have shit because you don't know science. And Vika doesn't know shit, science or otherwise.
People who would have manipulated to make it that it was a globe, right? These guys were capable, right? So, in a
I
way,
wasn't that well prepared, But if you are well prepared, you can argue against them because I was holding in the end the paper. That a large number of trials will average out any margin of error because you see.
No, because when you have averages, you throw out outliers, right? You don't. Not only do you not know margin of error, you don't know the fucking law of averages either. You don't know how to intake data points and be able to apply them to the hypothesis, see if you're correct. You don't understand a goddamn thing in this. And that's the disturbing part. And this is kind of why Shiva wanted to have this call, is to show people where misunderstanding might be. And you, Kevin, were the fucking poster child.
It's rather on the one side and rather on the other side, because if we can agree that if you have data points all over the place, then we dismiss it, dismiss the test. But if we have clear data on the one side or in the middle, but not on the other side, like on the basket for the for globe or flat, then we can call this a legitimate test. And we have now.
Thank you, Marcus. That's what I was looking for, but in my somewhat rage here, I couldn't find the right words. You're absolutely right. Averaging only works if the noise distribution is Gaussian or normal. Okay. Systemic errors don't come out in averaging. Because if we were to look at a graph of this. Like, hold on, let me. I really hate to do this, but I want to do this just because it's for my own edification and the off chance that my daughter actually watches this fucking thing. Let's say. By the way, this is going to be a crayon drawing, so I'm telling you now. So let's say we have a graph, and let's say we have a median point that goes like this. According to ILS, we're going to have shit all over. Nope. I want this. I want this. We're going to have shit all over here, maybe some over here in the middle. And the problem is it's going to be a fucking huge mess without a large percentage along that median line on the average because there's systemic errors.
Considered all margins of error from the FAA, from the Federal Aviation Agency, all the data accurate. And yes, you have a small overlap. Like you said, okay, they can argue, oh, this is overlap, this could be globe also. But you hear my point. If you have it on the flat side, and in this middle portion, if you have, let's say, 10 tests, and you have some of them on the flat side and not on the globe side, yeah, then it's clear.
Okay.
But
I want you to think about what he just said. He just said that based on the results, if you had some that were on the globe side and some on the flat side, it's unclear. But if you have some on the flat side, then it's absolutely clear. In other words, not accounting for any systemic errors. So while someone who does an experiment, does testing or something like that, looks at outliers and just tries to figure out A, what could be causing them, and B, if there's one or two outliers versus the whole thing, you throw out the outliers. If you do 100 iterations and you have two outliers, you throw out the outliers because they weren't consistent. But if you consistently have outliers that are on flat Earth and not on globe, then yes, you can make a statement that says this is evidence for a flat Earth. But you're not going to have that when you have systemic errors where your margin of error is larger than what you're measuring.
With this 4 or 5 pilot data that we have, it's never closer to globe. So this is already telling.
Maybe they already had the information that it's been done, and that's the reason that they were really trying to not.
The paranoia of these fucking people is unreal. Did we already have this information? I'd never even fucking heard of this until fucking Kevin said it on the call. Yeah, he tested my patience, that's for sure.
Make this happen.
Maybe, yes.
So another thing, Kevin, how come you alone was there? How come nobody else was there? And how come what happened?
Yeah, I think I by accident I got the mail from Shiva. He didn't want to send this to me. Like, no, this guy is not big. This guy is not.
This
big.
guy's not too big. Okay. When I put my name into this, I had maybe 200 and some odd subs when I put my name into it. I'm not big. I'm not part of this big ass world and doing debunking and everything else. I just got started. Took me just fine. So I'm sure he took you, Kevin, because you have a larger audience than I do.
Some of his colleagues were worried that he sent some people who are screaming all the time and who are rhetorically well. It's just my idea,
paranoid idea.
I know for a fact that he threw out Witsit with no arguments, and he threw out Stone with no argument.
Oh,
so
no, he had arguments, Kevin. Remember Group 1 and Group 2?
Legitimate to think that. And I am never debate in speaking. It was my first, and it was in
Kevin,
another language.
It was not a fucking debate. How many times do I have to say this to you? Shiva said it to you. It was not a debate. It was a collaboration to put to rest the argument of what the geometric shape of the Earth was and how to test it. Not difficult. In fact, the subject of the emails that we got, and I'm assuming you got too, says, now there's some big words here. So I'm going to go through them. Applying the scientific method to test the geometric shape of the Earth. You know what it says in that? Or doesn't say in that? Doesn't say anything about globe, doesn't say anything about flat, doesn't say anything about a debate. It says what we're actually doing.
So it was like a easy for them to serve. For Toon thought, yeah, this guy I can put in my pocket, and yeah, I didn't do the best job, but I think I did better for my first debate than they expected. Yeah, I think they choose me because they didn't expect anything from me. And could make fun of Flat Earth. What is McToon doing on his channel all the time?
Here's the funny thing. Do you want to know when I knew that Kevin was part of this actual thing? When I got on the fucking pre-call and I see his name. I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel. He used Kevin Bow. I didn't know he had a YouTube channel. I didn't know he had done experiments. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know if he was a globe earther supposed to be on the side that I was on. But yeah, he was picked specifically for his paranoia.
Picking up on bad Flat Earth arguments. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's yeah, for sure. This is the thing. No, it's they try to like use that advantage to the advantage, right, of not being the first language. But even like this, right, you did a great job.
No, we never once used not his first English not being his first language against him. We gave him ample times to explain things, and when he started presenting stupid shit, that's when Shiva stepped in. You didn't hear Toon and I doing anything whatsoever as far as interruptions or anything like that. I interrupted and said, excuse me, I have a question regarding what you said with the planes. The cost is for the planes only, not the pilots, correct? Yes? Okay, cool. Thank you. Continue. It wasn't a language barrier. He was given ample time to search for words and everything else to make his case. At least by me.
But also like with McToon, right? My first ever debate, official debate and only debate that I had is what with McToon on Jeranism. And English is not my first language. And everybody...
And Toon absolutely destroyed you on that one. And that's why you don't debate anymore.
Know how I destroyed him. He was like very proud of saying it was his 5 years debating people, and that was my first debate, right? When you're on, when you have the truth, it doesn't matter in which language or at what tempo or what way you're putting it out there, it hits them. That is the reason they were there. 3 of them attacking you, because the other guy who was saying that he was a flat earther, he didn't freaking say a word. Why did he was there on the panel?
That would be Ryan.
Like he was from Shiva. Who was that guy?
No, but I think he's a genuine flat earther. He just saw that I have something well prepared, and he had nothing prepared, so he better kept this minutes with what was attributed to us. He better kept it for me because I was prepared. Because in the pre-text, pre-mail, he was looking genuine. Yes, Shiva chose him because he know him from the past something. But when I wrote so I was suspicious in the beginning. But when I wrote with him, he's also in the Lindsay and the Tomb of Illumination Patreon, and I saw that he has genuine questions there. But I think he left the stage for me, who prepared at least some.
That's a fair assumption.
Something, and it's of no help when then second. I see this on the 2-on-2 debates, on Modern Day Debate, when Witsitis was there with someone who didn't know too much, then better keep it to the one who has something prepared. This is, I think, was his strategy. I didn't even speak with him afterwards. But that's what I think.
Damn, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Good that it didn't happen. And you have any idea what Lindsay was up to, like with this, or he didn't had the opportunity to
Uh,
even say what he.
yeah, he said and I will test this. But it's the magnetic field what he figured out some time ago, that it doesn't fit to the globe. That he says that in the tropics, in between the tropics, the magnetic field shifts and it fits to his model. But then Stone and the others were saying, yeah, well, it's like also looking in the sky at something. It's not so much exclusive. But
Yeah. But then what about McToon? He loved the sun so much.
yeah,
He's back
yeah.
to the sun, right?
Yeah, yeah. I made the you guys must look at my summary. I made the funny meme that those guys, they look at the sky and they stumble about the level on which is on the ground, because
Didn't stumble at all, actually. In fact, the experiment that you discounted, that you think I threw away because I realized I was wrong, which I didn't, is directly measuring the ground. And the other thing is as I said in the pre-meeting, which you are just totally ignoring, is that the sun location calculator is geometrically specific. It's exclusive, because you would have to present a mathematical model similar to I did that would say the exact same thing, plus or minus an error margin, using your math, using your model. And had you done that, that would have been thrown away. But you didn't, because you have nothing. Because everyone knows it's geometrically exclusive, and therefore you don't have math for it.
was only the head in the sky, and not seeing the obvious on the ground. That this then even presented this celestial sphere model, which is flat on the middle. Always when they do celestial navigation, they have this
My God, he's a fucking walking meme.
nice
Ball.
circle
Yeah.
on the top, but you need to cut the globe in the half, that you are in the center of the globe, and this is flat again. So he showed this, and Lindsay was also laughing about this diagram, because this is for the flat. And I tried to, in my part, because I needed to look strategic on the second week, I wanted to point that out, that its perspective is completely overlooked and
We can mathematically account for perspective. Can you? Oh, no, that's right. That's be math. You don't do math.
mistreated. But then when I started with this, they cut me off, because
Because you weren't presenting anything but debating and saying it was a fallacy and dark matter, and it's not exclusive, without explaining why it's not exclusive, and confirming the consequent, and the distance to the sun has varied over millions or thousands of years, or fucking whatever else you want to talk about. Because you presented nothing. That's why. The reason why your experiment got destroyed is because we asked simple questions about the model. We asked, what's the error margin? You didn't have an error margin, so we had to go look for the error margin. When we looked and found the error margin, we presented the error margin. You could have looked at my error margin of 1 to 2 degrees and said, hold up, how'd you come to that? And then had you paid attention during the whole presentation, because you weren't, you would have seen that I was doing the math and showing the math of where the percentages were coming in and where the error margin was in. What it was based off of a specific longitude versus a reference longitude, what your latitude is, what the time of day is, whether it was, plus or minus, depending on where solar noon was and the time we were looking at it was. Those all had error margins associated with those. But all of them were trumped by the fact that the app itself had a 1 to 2% error margin. So therefore, that was my error margin.
It's not enough to look at the sun and assume straight rays, to assume
You could have presented a model that showed you how you can do it on a flat Earth, Kevin, and you didn't.
That we see in completely straight when everything else is looked at in perspective is going down in here. But
Funny thing how everything looks like it's going down due to perspective. It's probably because it's like curvature. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Berkey, yeah, so there were no other calls outside those 2 calls. Once Kevin presented nothing, he was done with flat Earth, basically. So, big fish, catch you later.
when you look at the sun, it's only the Earth which makes the sun sink, and you can go on and on. Even the user error, they want to they want to make it with the phone, that that the experiment is only with the phone, and they look at Toon looks at it at so much how you say, with at two different eyes,
longitude, latitude. No, or from different
also longitude, latitude is assumption, and is corrected for the globe. It has corrections there. But what I want to say is, when the user is measuring, it has user error. We with our ILS test with the plane, we don't have the user error. We don't have to hold anything in our hand.
We don't have user error because we don't have to hold anything in our hand. I guess Kevin seems to think everybody has Parkinson's disease and the shakes. But apparently there's no user error in that a pilot, regardless of what the altimeter says, knows exactly what 6,535 feet looks like and can maintain that through any sort of things going on in the airs with updrafts, convections, thermals, things like that. But he knows they're there and can still maintain that same altitude the whole time, regardless of what the altimeter says in its margin of error. Right. Sure, Kevin. Keep up the good work.
This is so much the craziness of Toon, telling that we are so much off, which we aren't, when their test is much worse. I couldn't.
You had a chance to explain why it's much worse. You had a chance to explain a model. You had a chance to make assumptions. You had a chance to do everything else, and you did none of it. Don't know what to tell you. That is worse than saying my dog ate my homework. That's saying I didn't even try. That's like showing up for a foreign language class and not even knowing what class you're in.
Even get through. I tried a lot with the objections on the first. There was 2 pre-meetings, and already there I said this is not the test which is good, which no flat earther will accept, and they.
He's rewriting history again. He said he wasn't a particular fan of it, but fine, he'll accept it mentality. We'll do it kind of mentality is what he said. And I have the call to prove it.
They didn't at first pre-meeting didn't want to let any other test happen. I needed to fight that I could present something. It was me against them already for 2 other meetings where I needed to fight that I can present this one thing. Yeah.
We weren't debating, Kevin. We were trying to
if
fucking
you
help
have,
you.
for sure, if you have the corner artist McToon there, right? Yeah, for sure, he had something cooking and some.
Here's a surprise. Actually, here's something that I'm going to reiterate, and it probably should come as no surprise. I was on my best behavior for those calls, and even then, Toon was a hell of a lot more polite than I was, especially on the pre-calls. Because let's just say facial expressions, throwing hands in the air, and I'm like, what are you even doing here? Is like things that were being said.
Optical shit prepared to make it look like a globe, right? What the hell
Yeah,
was this
they
experiment?
had
Yeah.
they had
Go
this
ahead.
claimed final experiment done last year, and now this was their aftermath. It was their after talk, and they had this planned. And you see, they will do this next meeting alone probably, and they did.
Yes, Berkey. Somebody did record the pre-calls. That'd be me.
Didn't want too much interruption from the flat Earth side, because they think they have now the circling sun in the
Yeah, they all planned this after TFE
last year,
supposedly,
and
right?
now they want to go on only about this and this.
So me not part of TFE, me not having a channel during TFE, I guess went along for the ride. I was brought in as the token new guy, I guess. I was brought in as the Toon's administrative assistant, I guess you could say. Not that I would have my own opinion about anything that went on or anything else like that, right, Kevin? That's basically what you're saying. Are you saying that Toon spoon-fed me the calculator that I presented, or spoon-fed me the UHF experiment that I presented? Because he didn't. I did it myself. I derived it myself. Knowing what actual variables I needed to go through, because I understand how shit works.
This was why this meeting happened, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't think so. It's gonna be happening more meeting regarding this. I don't think they're gonna be doing the experiment. If there is no flat earthers anymore, it's not happening, right?
Yeah, let's see.
I'm gonna release the calendar, and everyone can do it. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm off. Tell me how far off I am. Send screenshots, whatnot. So the first thing I got to do is I got to do it myself first. And then I got to sit there and make sure that, user error is within 1 to 2 degrees. I'll probably use a tripod or whatnot to kind of eliminate the shakes part of it. And I'll take the screenshots and I'll find out how wrong I really am. Then I'll release it to everybody else with instructions on how to do it. Because that's what scientists do. The white paper is going to be the methodology. Here's the app you need to download between Apple and Android. Here's the margin of error for each one. Here's the instructions on how to set it up to do this test. Here's where you put the information into the calculator specifically for you. And here's how you take the screenshots or the measurement to validate the information in the calculator, or not.
Maybe they will go on their own and tell something about their claimed data, which we all know happened thousands of times, measuring where the sun is here or there. It's not exclusive to anything. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Prove it
Oh yeah,
otherwise.
so they will do their globe experiment. You mean like I don't think they're gonna be doing the flat Earth experiment by themselves to try to debunk themselves, right?
Vika, here's something that maybe you didn't know. Not only am I going to do the sun experiment myself and give it out to everybody else, I'm also going to do the UHF one and point out how fucking stupid you all are. Because it's going to show you ahead of time what my expectations are. I'm going to show you what the predictions are. Then I'm going to go out and do it.
Yeah, no,
And maybe I'll live stream the whole fucking thing.
this definitely not. But I mean, they will also not invite me again now when they already muted me in the end. And they afterwards also his colleague doctor was fussing on me, and what do you think who I am, and this. I couldn't even put a word there, and I just left them. So it was
Oh yeah, these people went crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, these people like crazy. I'm gonna play something, and I wanted to listen, right, so that the people also understand like what they were really there for, right? They were not really.
Please tell me you're going to play Toon stream towards the end where Kevin gets absolutely destroyed by the other Glober who sit there and says he doesn't understand the scientific method at all. Please tell me you're going to play that and rewrite history of what he actually says. I beg you, please tell me that what's going to happen. Please. Somebody please make this happen.
There for the truth, right? And they were really attacking you, and in the end it was like they just knew it, and then they were like attacking you from everywhere. All right, instead of like coming out with and doing it in the making it possible.
Was not attacking, was asking questions. Here's a difference, Kevin. My questions were intellectually honest questions to figure out what we were trying to do and what we were trying to measure and whether or not it was a valid experiment. That's it. It was not personal. Error margins are not personal. They're not personal attacks. But your victim card that you have to play and that Vika has to play for you is along the lines of saying, because I don't know, therefore I'm a victim. Because you all ganged up on me, I'm a victim. No one ganged up on you. Toon and I didn't say shit. We asked questions. We demonstrated where the problems were in the experiment. You had every opportunity prior to that to fix it, and you didn't, so therefore we put it out for everyone to see. If you got embarrassed, I'm sorry. Not my fault. I'm sorry you felt that way. I'm not sorry you were embarrassed because you kind of did it yourself.
So this shows that they were, in a way, as I say here to the chat also, right? It was good. Whatever happened, that it was good that this didn't go along, because that it's fall up.
It's really good it didn't go along, Vika, because then you guys would have to realize that the Earth is a globe.
Apart even before it took off, right? It was going in ugly direction, because you see the character of Shiva. You feel it, right? You are there. You feel what's behind there from him trying to get into this theme of flat versus globe, right?
Yeah, he's biased. He's completely biased. You could feel it after first time talking. Yeah. But you saw the difference, no? When he was in the first in January talking, he was like very. He sounded genuine. That's why I got interested. So he sounded like, yeah, we'll get these engineers. We will agree to one experiment, and he was talking like this could be something, but it was completely made up, or yeah, I don't know. Maybe he switched, or it was made up from the get-go. I don't know.
Yes, Kevin, he had engineers on. I may not be an MIT engineer, but I'm still an engineer. What's wrong with that? Toon's an engineer. What's wrong with that? You had engineers on. You have people with applied experience of applying science to a real world and building something. What did you apply? What did you present? Nothing but your own personal incredulity.
Oh yeah, already in the first meeting, in the end of the first meeting, already you could see that he was changing his colors.
Because he's wasting his time if you're not going to present anything. If you're going to make it a debate, he wasn't there for that. So he started getting impatient at the end of the first call. And at the second call, his impatience overflowed because you didn't present shit. And if you watch my live stream, you could see why he was getting impatient, because on the first call, I have about 15 minutes of backstage stuff recording of going on before the Shiva call actually started being streamed.
Right?
Yeah. But I mean, now when he first started to investigate Flat Earth, like 1 year ago, this was what I mean. He was different. But in the first meeting, I already knew he was. Biased.
Oh yeah. You mean the meeting with Dave Weiss?
Why are there no Flat Earth engineers, Kevin? Fuck, they are dumb. No lie, Illusion. No lie. Leo says, engineering the field where expertise talks and bullshit walks. Absolutely.
Agreeing anymore when this whole planning started already. Yeah. even the date he postponed it like half a year. So that
He postponed it a few months because Dave can't follow fucking instructions, Kevin, but you don't listen.
and then lied about that we didn't provide something, but our side, we already in May we proposed our test already in April and in May, yeah, very very early, and they didn't tell me anything about what they were planning there. Only this 1 week before the thing, yeah.
That's your problem then. That's
Oh yeah,
not
to
ours.
come up with contra argument, right? So yeah, this is how they play. This is how they play. That's why they were so prepared, right? With you.
The paranoia is so fucking ripe here. That's why we are so prepared. No, Vika, we're prepared because we actually use critical thinking skills. We know how to do shit because we're engineers and we know how to apply it. And when we applied the ILS experiment to real world variables, we found it, I don't know, lacking.
So yeah, I can play some things if you want. If you want to add something to clear something.
Yeah, let's get to
15
playing.
minutes, then I need to work early tomorrow. It's
Oh,
And
Kevin's already
we
making
have
excuses.
flat Earth Summit. And we were scheduled
He
to
has
have
the volume
3
turned down to
panelists
fucking
on
nothing.
the round Earth side, 3 on the flat Earth side. However, one of
You're going
them,
to get blasted by Vika.
on
I
the
apologize
flat Earth side
because
is
his
on
fucking thing
MIA.
is stupid.
and there's some evidence that he was forced by one group not to show up because he may have
poisoning the
other
well
views,
already.
which is unfortunate.
Poison in the well because actually the flat earther who didn't show up actually said that he was threatened and that's why he didn't show up. So it's not really poison in the well if it's true, Kevin. Probably should have checked on that.
Oh yeah, he was doing that all the time.
Yes,
Even in the first one.
first sentence.
So what we want to do today, as we discussed, for each group has
Yeah, I did the game.
We've already
do
covered
it
this shit.
with this, with our thing and the model for this, and you need to present something or it's over there, no? So I need to play along there. Yeah, and he makes it look like this is what we agreed from the beginning. But every meeting, the 2 pre-meetings and the first meeting, I always said no, this is not a good test. What you suggest there, not at all.
Oh yeah, bro. This is the thing. Yeah, once they studied what is happening and how can they manipulate, that's how he started with his second session, like having the idea of how you can make it impossible.
No, it's not how do we make it impossible. At the end of the first call, we said we would convene, and we agreed on this on a pre-call, that we would have a week to present our models and that we would present our models. That was the point of the second call. Shiva wanted to make it one call, go up to a whiteboard, show your math, and move on. He didn't want to do 2 calls. Julian and I agreed, let's give him some time. Let him go to Chat GPT, Flat GPT, whatever, whatever other pop-up flirts they want to go to get some sort of information, they can do that. Give them a week to do it because we wanted the model. And the agreement was, here's the experiment. Here's what we're doing. XY coordinates based on the time of day and on a date to say where the sun is. Show your math. Show your work. That's what we agreed to. Complete rewrite of what's going on right now.
a mathematical model for the sun experiment, and the round earthers are going to propose a mathematical model for the airplane experiment, which we'll get into in detail. And then the flat earthers will propose their mathematical model for the sun experiment and their mathematical model for the airplane. In each case, in validate.
One question, I couldn't catch it live. So, did you give them this margin of error in the end?
Oh yes, yes. I presented a whole presentation about margin of error. Yeah, yeah.
And what
Does anyone else remember what the presentation was that Kevin did of margin of error? Because I don't recall seeing that.
was the excuse?
They claimed not much. They claim it is more, but this was before. So at first, Toon present his claims about margin of error, and as I said, he showed the wrong. I clarified this with my chart, with Stone's chart, and then it went all over the place, like accusations, and it went really wild. So
Holy shit. God, there is some victimhood there. Like, someone get him a fucking binky and a blanket.
it was not good structured anymore. Like yeah, like ad homs and this. So it was
Ad homs.
not this.
I can tell you for a fact, not a single ad hom was done from Tuna 9. The closest thing to an ad hom was actually a truth in that you don't understand what you're measuring. I was there, Kevin. I remember it.
The scientific panel anymore. It was like you can't do eighth grade math. You need to go to eighth grade again, but not supporting his claim, like Shiva was telling that. Yeah, and then muting me all the time, and then let him speak again. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was managing Shiva in a way in this because
Tun was managing Shiva, apparently. Dougal, you're absolutely right. This seems like, exactly what happened. This is, truth in the word. It's almost biblical in its entirety.
he sensed, or he must have had information that this experiment has happened and could prove a flat Earth, and about that whole radio signal thing experiment and how long it can reach. So for sure he tried to, I think, dismantle this in a way, right, and blame it on flat earthers, like, no, they're not doing the right correct way and they don't know how to do science, right? These a-holes are calling themselves experts.
Yeah, Vika, it's called 30 years of experience. And I don't call myself an expert. I say I have expertise. There's a difference, because an expert means you have nothing left to learn. I have a lot to learn, and I still learn every day. But I do have expertise, which is why I knew the ILS was dumb, which is why I knew that the experiment I presented would be definitive, which is why either none of you understood it or ran from it. That's why.
Right? Him and McToon and that Dan guy, right? Experts, right? We went to this is the third part. We went into full review of this.
Yeah, nice. I will look after.
Yeah. So
Hey, Vika, let me give you a little bit of a heads up here. Your boy Vlad reviewed this, and when Vlad heard that I was a cryptologic technician, he assumed I was a CTR instead of a CTO. Same difference, though, in thing. And he says, these guys know what they're talking about, so he should probably be considered as far as knowing what he's talking about. Look it up. Look up what it is a cryptologic technician communications does in the U.S. Navy. I can spell it for you if you need to. And from there, you can take that, compounded by 25 years of in the private sector, and there you have my expertise. What the fuck have you done with the radio besides tune it in on your fucking car and wonder why that the station's not coming in?
oh yeah, let's play it. Yeah.
But you have also this Brian, this Mindshot guy who looked at this Shiva versus Dave talk, and he found so much fallacies from Shiva already there. It's not scientific at all.
No one gives a fuck about fallacies. Yeah, I did get a shout out. That
Oh
damn
yeah,
guy.
just shouting out loud of science, but really no science other than numbers and theories and calculations and.
The
Yeah,
funny
those
thing
damn
is,
calculations,
he,
Vika.
the Shiva mixed up the scientific method. He forgot the observation part, which Dave had right even, and Shiva had it
Right.
wrong.
So the middle
what,
school,
what part
so
came first?
the middle school version
And
of
he
this
was
is what we're going to on the thing. So I digress. I'm gonna mute this for a second. So yeah, his mom doesn't tune the radio illusion. His mom puts in the cassette tape for Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round, so that way he understands physics.
Everyone see this?
wow.
Share the. We invited people also broadcasting.
I'm just jumping ahead because
everyone,
I don't. You guys have all seen this.
Shout out to Justin Johnson. He's saying inventing the email but has problem with sharing a screen share. Yeah. The tech guy.
And we want to go into the format. We want to review day one, and then we're going to go into the sun experiment. Round earthers and flat earthers will represent their.
The only thing that Vika knows is styling his hair and making himself look pretty to himself, and also making sure that his computer has a wallpaper of himself. But that's different. Coast to Coast AM radio for the win. Yes, I see spin. Exactly. Damn, I've been building and troubleshooting RF infrastructure for 20 years, and I still wouldn't question his expertise. 11, I don't know who you're talking about, but I hope it's not me. Nah, don't be silly. The Pratt uses a set. Oh, you're talking about Daniel Pratt. Shiva needs not some chai, but an actual Shiva to chill. Yes.
Mathematical models and the independent data sources. Then the airplane experiment will be, again, gone through the same models. There was a very, very important question that came up last time on the need to include error margins that was agreed upon. And then we'll go to next steps and we'll summarize. So day one.
Yes, Illusion, that's absolutely it. She clearly is still pissed about how stupid Mr. Potato Head made him look in the beginning. Oh, you're saying I know what I'm talking about? Oh shit. I know a bit. Let's put it that way. I know a little bit, but I'm not gonna, you know. There's more people in the community who know more than I do. I just haven't been an idiot in front of the camera. That's the way I look at it. But I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much.
Forward something.
Yes, but he mass and acceleration. Well, this can be this is clear variables, and it's not like with the sun, which you cannot touch.
You guys don't know
you
what
cannot compare mass
force,
and
mass,
acceleration
are.
which
So
is
let's
marginal
piece of this, but the end result is the end.
And you
Cool.
and you may then make a hypothesis, and you may say that
is the end result going to be? Well, we're going to walk you through our repeat piece of this, but the end result's going to be the altitude will be at 19.4 degrees and the azimuth will be at 217.7 degrees south by southwest. So how are we going to verify these predictions yourself? Again, this is kind of an open call for anybody who's watching these videos to do this and also be able to provide the same predictions going forward, that it's not just me that's able to do this. So we need some requirements. GPS position, plus or minus 1 kilometer. This is where we start getting the error margins. We need time plus or, accurate timing, which is plus or minus 30 seconds. Look, Kevin, error margins. We need an altitude angle of plus or minus 1 degree minimum. Smartphone apps are typically between 1.
So the only experiment was like what? Checking a sunset? What was it?
Listen to what Vika just said. So they're just checking a sunset. Here is every proof you need to know that Vika looks at pictures only. I found a picture of a theodolite app. I put it on here just as a demonstration purposes because I haven't done this myself. I didn't want to do it myself. I'm presenting it as in We are all brand new to this idea. Yes. So what? They're going to look at a sunset? Yes. You can do it for a sunset, because you can also do it for noon. You can also do it for any time that you want, provided that, oh, I don't know, the sun's up. So you can't really do it at night. You get likes too many stamps. Yep. And too many windows.
Or sunrise at a particular place and what?
No.
What?
No.
Yeah, not some. It wasn't that specific. Like Eratosthenes, more or less. Like everyone can, at his latitude, will determine how the.
No, not everyone at this latitude. It's not latitude dependent. It's not even longitude dependent. Kevin, anybody, regardless of where they live, can do this. And it doesn't have to be sunset or sunrise. In fact, I actually go into this. There's a larger margin of error for sunrise and sunset because you're going through more of the atmosphere and you're going to have subject to more refraction. The time I used was 2 p.m. Almost straight up.
Sun, where the sun is, and then compare. They think it fits all to this 69 mile per degrees, and like, because this is derived, the globe model is derived from the sun there, with the assumption of straight parallel rays. So they only want to look. What I got from the first meeting was it is not so in detail. Just everyone can post his observation, which angle is the sun at what time. That's it. Very, very general.
Oh yeah.
How is it very, very general when the fact that the total margin of error is plus or minus 1 degree? So Vika, you can laugh all you want about not understanding what the fuck is on the screen besides the picture, but it doesn't change the fact that there was a margin of error that was very small and came with a prediction.
No instrument required, no gadgets required, right? No.
An app on your phone. Doesn't everyone have a smartphone? I'm sure Vika's using his fucking smartphone right now to have this live.
Where nothing.
With the phone, which he now says is like can be 1 degree off even.
You know how I know it's 1 degree off, Kevin? Because you can find a spec sheet of any phone manufacturer where they talk about the accelerometer. That's why. That's called doing your own research. That's understanding margin of error. That is basically going over the variables and finding out where the biggest problem is going to be.
Very much off, yeah.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And 2 degrees, that's actually going to be our overall margin of error for this experiment. And the azimuth angle is plus or minus 1 after magnetic declination correction. Keep in mind that this predictive model is based on referencing of true north, not magnetic north. So if you're using magnetic compass.
There's I think Stacy Daisy is saying there's a few apps for what time the sun comes. Oh yeah, the sun.
I'm not using those apps. Why are you bringing up those apps?
Even on your local.
Like, this isn't an API that ties into apps. It does the fucking math in the spreadsheet. I even show the spreadsheet and you can see the math at the top, the formulas. Oh my God.
Weather, if you just check, you get all the sunset and sunrise of your particular positions, right? But there are also apps. I don't know if the new ones work, but there's also an app called Dioptra. You have it?
Yeah, Joe, you're not wrong. They don't even understand the experiment, yet somehow they know it's not a good experiment. Yeah, exactly. That goes along the same lines of, I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but it's definitely not a globe. Because that makes sense, right?
Our margin of error is much more than the ILS experiment.
Oh yeah. So I was also mentioning about this app called Dioptra. What is Dioptra? Dioptra is an old name for the analog theodolite. right? We all know what is the theodolite, right? So the analog theodolite, which was used for angle measurements, was a device very similar to an astrolabe, but with a seeing pipe and everything to seeing angles to the stars and on the ground, right? So you have a digital version, which is the theodolite, is the digital gadget you have now for the surveyors and all this stuff.
Vika thinks the surveyors use their phones. They use an app. Vika, here, let me help you with this, okay? I openly say that you don't need to use the app. You can rent yourself a $35 theodolite or auto station and do this yourself. You don't need to use the app if you don't want to. There are so many different ways to measure this. This is why it was chosen. This is why it's geometrically exclusive.
Ancients had the dioptra, and now you also have an app called dioptra, which you can use in your mobile phone, which really tells you the angles and everything and on the distances and all this stuff, right? So even if the flat earthers want to do something like this, there is an app. It doesn't work on all devices, but yeah, if you can get one, it's an awesome app which can help for us to prove flat earth, because there is no globe, right?
You need to account for the magnetic declination correction. So why does this matter? Well, we're using terrestrial experiments, no satellites, no spacecraft, no appeal to NASA, no appeal to authority. This can be verified independently, so no trusting authorities again. The test is repeatable by anyone, anywhere. Doesn't matter if you're in Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, what continent you're on, this should still apply. And these predictions have masked observations consistently across centuries of measurements, and this includes maritime celestial navigation that's been done for hundreds of years, whether they were English, Portuguese, Spanish, French, American. So let's get into the quick assumptions. These are the important assumptions, and this is basically how we frame our model. Assumption number one is the Earth is a sphere. Now, each one of these assumptions is going to be based on empirical evidence listed at the end as far as our sources go. We've known that the Earth is a sphere for roughly...
Because here they are going about their sun experiment, right? Now they are just closing in on one experiment. Now they are not, they have excluded the radio signal experiment.
Yeah, well, they told that I can present this after, but I should clarify the margins of error, because I already presented that last time, and they didn't present much last time, so they present something now, and after I needed to play strategic already, because I wanted to expose them. So because I didn't get through with all my objections last time, so I did after this. I already showed Shiva how he played completely wrong, and showed I also showed the Bislin model, so to have something shown and that it's kinematically equivalent. So I showed something after, yeah, but at least they told about this, that it will be happening like this, but only like 2 days, or maybe 1 day before. So not always less time to prepare for me than.
Hey, let me just show you something here, Vika, just so you're aware, because I don't want you to feel like you're being left behind, like you were in school. So here, let me show you something as far as us supposedly abandoning this experiment. I've abandoned this experiment so fucking much that I decided to write a 41-page white paper on this. 43-page white paper on this. So no, it's not been abandoned. It was presented to you guys for you guys to build. And had you done something on this, I would have presented this. This right here would have been presented, and I would have showed you my mathematical models and how I come up with it, and refraction, and where the radial horizon is, and what the mechanism is behind all that, had you guys chosen it. But because you guys didn't choose it, I didn't present it. Why would I present it? I threw it out there for you guys to use. You stuck with ILS. Not my fault. Thank you very much. Not forgotten.
For them.
Alrighty, so that was in more than half of the way, or it was much more at the end, your part?
So after, I think maybe Toon tells something now also about the sun, or then I exposed them, and I have 5 minutes to. I tried to start with perspective that it's on our side. I show the concentric rays just after this, but then he cut me off completely because I.
So, Kevin, let me help you with when you're going to present something that's like a refutation, that's not a debate, okay? What you do is you start with your model. You start by saying, I don't believe this is a valid measurement, because my math that I will show you shortly shows that I can come to the same, measurement, margin of error, and as well as to the same answer, using my math that's different than Dan's math, which is different than Dan's assumptions. So based on your assumptions, based on your math, you present a model that can come up with the exact same answer using the same thing I did. You could have plugged it in right there because that's what he's looking for. Input, output. Could have put in an input and said, hey, hold on. According to my math, and I'll show you my math, but I can come up with the same thing here using flat earth. Here's my math. Let me show it to you and everything else. The problem was you didn't. You framed it as in it's a fallacy. You framed it as in its perspective without even saying why it's perspective or how perspective works. And you used Bislin's model, which is based off of, wait for it, the size of the sun that globe predicts and says, and the distance to the sun that the globe predicts and says. The equations you're using for your model uses 93 million miles to the sun.
I showed Shiva. I showed how he is completely different now because I wanted to expose him, and then it was 10 minutes of confusion on what they do then, and then I was, but then they.
A11, you're absolutely right. I presume the globe, so I'm already wrong. Actually, so the funny thing is when I've said my assumptions were based off of empirical evidence, right? So this is what I said. So I base it off of the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. Okay, to me, that's easy. I could have based off of Eratosthenes. I could have based it off any number of things, for that. And I understand that you're just doing satire there. Don't worry about it. I get it. Also, solar distance and parallax for the distance to the sun. Also, MIT's own radar to the sun, which I also quoted. I also quoted Earth rotation and reference systems. Okay, so which is the convention which defines the standard model for Earth orientation, including nutation, and precession, which we don't even account for in this math, but yet it's there.
They allowed me to present the margin of error. Yeah.
Cool. So I'll try to play and see if we can find it.
The equator is
proposing that these will be the reproducible predictions.
Sorry.
I got it down. Okay.
I changed this because I had somebody in this town. So
okay, you're right.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, but basically, if in those locations, obviously there's an input, right? Particular date,
correct.
Time you have, which I think you said was December 21st, right?
Yes, December 21st, 2100 UTC.
Right. So those people in those locations are going to tell you and us where the sun is. If your view that the Earth is round is true, then the sun in all those three locations must be those specific altitude and azimuth pairs.
Let's fast forward through this. I don't want to hear any more of their incredulity. I want to hear what they have to say about his presentation.
That are made, and if those predictions are true, then that is
input
evidence
output
that the Earth is round. Okay.
No, it's not.
Here's the thing.
Oh yeah, a lot of theories there, a lot of numbers there, right? So
Oh
It's
God,
all
I'm sorry, Vika. Our number's so difficult for you. I get it. But here's the thing. You see all those numbers? Here's the thing. You only have to put in the blue numbers. You have to tell us what day of the year it is. Now, you have to count to 365. You might need some help. You need to tell me your latitude because I'm basing this off a globe model. If you're based off a flat earth model, you can decide what fucking street corner you want to do it on. I based this off of MIT. I chose just a random spot. You have to know what your longitude is. Again, do your own conversion to whatever fucking street corner you want to use and whatever city you want to use. It doesn't matter. Just tell me where you're going to see this at. And then I say, what's the local time? Because all these parts have equations that come up to the law of sines and cosines that allows us to make the prediction. All those other numbers, that the calculations, don't worry about that. That's way, way, way beyond your capability to understand. And if you can, I can't see it. Fine. I can pull it up, but I can show you the math that goes into each one of these because when you fill out the blue fields, the red fields change. And then the black fields at the bottom, those change too.
what
they want
happens
to
if the
make-
number comes? It's a
yeah,
globe.
they want to implement Uruguay. They want to make it about the direction from the sun, where the sun comes from. That was their go-to, like saying that it couldn't come flat with the Gleason model, but I am a proponent of Lindsay's model with the reflection, and yeah, it's completely possible.
Oh, you subscribe to a different model that is just as bad, or if not worse, than the Gleason
Jim
model.
was in
Congratulations,
Antarctica
Kevin.
on a specific day.
You
Yeah,
get a
So we can
star.
also verify this based off of his measurements that he made at Union Glacier.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, I think anyone listening, I did this many, many years ago, but if you just go on the internet and you say, give me the position of the sun, there are various points that, and I propose, Dan, you have maybe the opposing team will say these three people that you're choosing may be friends of yours, but they're independent data points that you get in real time.
I never
If
met them
someone just
actually.
wants to search online.
They're just
As we're doing
volunteers.
this, you'll find those points.
I do
There's
know them
actually
through the community though.
points, I think, all over the world, India, Argentina, that they're actually looking at where the sun's position is. And you know the location of those measuring devices.
But isn't it crazy that there are sites also, and these people are mentioning, like the sun can be literally above some places physically, like in a way, right? How can the sun be 93 million miles away, right? So these people are giving us the
How can the sun be 93 miles away? Because it's measured. That's why, Pika. You guys can't even measure where geomagnetic storms come from if the sun is in the firmament. You can't understand why there's 3 to 5 days from when we see a corona mass ejection, to keep in tone with what the actual video is about today before we went to this fucking derp, of why it takes 15 hours to 3 days to get to us. Why is that if the sun is small and local? What measurements do you have to the sun? You don't know. Kevin tried to do this and he said, we don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the medium is. We don't know anything else like that, while saying that about his sun in the firmament. He doesn't know what the medium is between him and the sun in the firmament. It's a fucking snow globe, so I'm assuming it's atmosphere. You should be able to provide those equations and build a model, right? Right? Oh my God. I'm going to put my head through the desk if this keeps up.
real data, the real information we need, right? About where the sun is during all the year. Where is setting, where is rising, where is noon, everywhere. And you can physically see all around the year on all these sites.
And mine uses none of those, Vika. Because if you paid attention, and I'm sure that you're a little too poor to pay attention in this case. Here's the thing. I do the math. I show the math. You plug in the numbers and it outputs something. It doesn't go to a website. There is no API. It is a fucking spreadsheet. No links, no anything. just plugging in math and realizing that sometimes I had a negative number I wasn't accounting for, or I misplaced a parenthesis and I had to redo it because I couldn't figure out where the problem was. It wasn't fucking easy to derive, but I derived it, not without using a single website.
Where exactly the sun is at 90 degrees at the zenith, and where it's gonna be. How is that a 93 million mile away sun is doing that? How is a 93 million mile sun only at a zenith at one place?
Simple, because it's a physical fucking object. That's why. Holy shit.
Right? Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, Berkey,
If we want the data, there is data
Berkey, I
about
don't
the
know why I didn't
sun.
do this sooner. Now
Where
you
is
can.
it? What is doing? Where is rising?
The longitude and latitude. So we could theoretically do this right now.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, right? You could, if you wanted to do that, Dan, you could plug in your formula, find
Yep.
those locations right now.
Yeah.
And then once we get the flat Earth formula, we could do that. So if someone online wants to send those links to us, but there are a number of places all over the globe that you can actually measure the azimuth and the altitude of the sun in real time.
Yep. So just as an aside, I touched on this briefly, but it's something I think I just want to reiterate is that you can download a theodolite application app for your phone. And then once you download it and calibrate it and things like that, that is what you can use to measure this.
So this is the app I was saying. One of the first app was called Dioptra. Maybe now you have different ones called, DG, Theodolite, or whatever fancy name they might have. But the first app which was doing it was Dioptra, right?
Those fancy app names that they come up with.
And the straight lines and the horizon and the angle of whatever you are trying to see, right? In reality, that is destroys the globe. But yeah, let's hear it.
You don't need a theodolite. You don't need a total station. You don't need a sextant, although all those do work. For something as simplistic that anybody can use, you can get a theodolite
Is there
app
an
on your phone.
Is there an app on your iPhone that tells you?
Yeah, Mike has one, I believe.
Yeah.
I see. Can
Yeah,
you
on
tell us?
on iPhone, it's called Theodolite. It's about $3.
Now, there's a reason why I went to Mike on this is because I know he has an iPhone. I have an Android. I can't speak to an iPhone because I don't have an iPhone. I don't have a fucking clue what's in their iStore or what the fuck ever.
On Android, there's a couple different ones. The one that I used to recommend isn't on the App Store anymore, so I don't know just offhand what Android one is.
Yeah, I can only speak to the iPhone.
Yeah, the one is not available anymore is that one. Yeah, which he's trying to say, which the one Mekton is trying to say is the Dioptra one.
It's the one
Yeah,
you
because if
use.
everybody understands that that kind of a simple device or an app can help literally, because it's going to show many things. It's going to show you the real way that you are seeing the sun and the moon and many different things from different places. This can really destroy the globe.
Then why don't you do it, Vika? Come on. Pucker up, Buttercup. Download the app and do it.
If people really get serious, right? Maybe 20, 30 people around the plane with this app trying to document what the sun, moon, and everything is doing. It's gonna destroy the globe.
But you have a video about this, the globe debunk, or something done already, or you mean it
No.
for the future plan?
No, they don't.
I was a part of something like this in 2018, right? It was a Spanish community, flat earth community, like, so we were trying, and it was
Hey, industrial
showing
nerd. I'm a nerd too. Android for the win. Open
the
source,
angles
right?
and different things that it doesn't work on a globe. But yeah, it needs to be done well, right? And documented well, because this is the thing. When I'm seeing a sun at my noon, so the people in US For them, maybe it's rising, and in the Asia, it's already set, right? So like this, and the moon, in which angle it is.
Not the moon. This is not the moon. This is only about the sun. The moon would have different calculations, Vika, but you don't understand that. Here's the thing, Vika, I would love your channel, and I would sub to your channel. I would even give super chats if you would actually provide me with proof that this calculation that's not tied to any sort of application online or offline or anything else like that, why or how you can derive the exact same thing, reverse engineer from my points, reverse engineer it to prove that it can work on a flat earth and show your math. Then this experiment is dead. No problem. I'll erase it. We'll move on. But I know you can't, so I'm not worried about it.
From which place, what we are seeing, which part of the moon we are seeing, right? The map of the moon, for example, right? If we are observing it from 3-4 countries, what are we seeing from different? You can put it really, put it on the map and see exactly. So yeah, it needs manpower, right? More than anything, in a way, people really serious to do and make it happen. But it's possible. It's possible.
Okay. So can you put that in your presentation, Mike? But what I'm saying is, independent of these
He keeps
iPhones,
calling me
there's
Mike at this
actually
point, which is funny.
ground-based data feeds. Is there not? I mean, let's see if I can find one.
Well, yes. I mean, there's internet ones that you can actually verify this too. If you want to go to like suncalc.org and things like that. I mean, I can pull these up if we wanted to, because I can actually use this exact example here and show what our margin of error is based off of SunCalc, which is what like it's one of the ones that
I didn't think it was necessary.
meteorologists do for determining sunrise, sunset, and things like that.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's go to. Is there anything else you want to share?
No. Tools goes. So we can go to somebody else
that you have, and you're willing to put your butt on the ground. You have evidence that the Earth is round.
I'm all for that.
Yeah. All right. You can maybe this. We're gonna have a website for this. Maybe we can just put an app there where it just runs it.
Yeah.
Right off the internet, the institute's website.
On of margin errors.
Okay. And it'll say we're fantastic by the.
Yeah, he knew what flat earth thing.
He didn't even have to ask, but
yeah, he knew what flat earth team is alone. Like you manage the 2 session alone.
Oh yeah. Way to hold down the fort, Kevin.
yeah, so I will present something, but quickly, and they will cut me off because they didn't like the Walter Bislin map. I didn't have it that exact, and I wanted to object after, and they didn't let me. But you can play a little bit, yeah.
Because you weren't objecting, you were debating.
I think we need to unmute.
Yes,
Kevin
yes, I'm here. Now it's fine, yeah.
All right, so go ahead,
This is
Kevin.
giving me
You
a
need to
headache.
share your screen.
Of course, yeah. Is it big? Okay, so in order to present math for
Not my
flat
model in
Earth's,
chat.
sun, I could go to Bislin's model. Notice the conditional tense that I could do it. The sun is rising.
Yes, he could do this, but he's not. It's a conditional tense.
And setting their perspective on the azimuthal grid of vision. We could go, again, the conditional tense, to the source code and extract the formulas from there and show the coordinate system transfers.
So we showed this on another live stream, and I was giving Kevin his opportunity to we're going to go through all his things that he posted and everything else. And I mentioned this. You see the little, it's hard to see in this iteration, and I apologize, but I can't see it on mine either. The blue text blocks that you see, those are the ones that Shane renamed. So
The flat Earth assumption is that the sun is 93 million miles away.
And we couldn't agree on who was first, because you said I couldn't use your formulas, your distances, and you would say you couldn't use mine. But some first things that goes against this model, and I will continue with the values. We don't expect the sun to behave as solid object. We don't assume the dynamic mechanism. So we don't know the dynamic mechanism. It could be magnetism involved. And we don't assume the position of the actual sun. It could be more, we don't know where it is exactly. We only have the
All right, so he's on track. He's making assumptions. We don't expect the sun to behave as a solid object. Okay, great. What do you expect then? Because you can't just say, I don't expect. You have to say what you do expect. Just countering what I said for assumptions, just countering assumptions by saying something isn't doing the work. This is why you got shut off, because you said, we don't expect the sun to behave as a solid object. Great. What do you expect then? Nothing? Great. Thanks for playing. I appreciate it. We don't assume the dynamic mechanism, magnetism with a question mark. Again, questions. What do you assume? We don't assume the position of the actual sun. Again, what do you assume then? You have to make your assumptions, not the things you don't assume. We already know you don't assume these things because you're a flat earther.
The visible sun. So it could be a parabolic reflecting sun somewhere involved, or as I said, magnetism play a role.
Oh yeah, Kevin, people are asking in the chat, do you have a channel, YouTube channel? Write something in the chat or share your channel.
The name of
Kevin, put your
how
channel
it's
in the chat,
how
by
it
all
you
means.
see my name here. That you type this
So
because
are you in the YouTube chat? No.
no, but you see, and then
Bo.
BO. Yeah, I also talked about their model. I think they didn't even get it. I said what's wrong with everything about the sun,
Well,
that
no,
we
we
have
got
don't
it.
have
I have
variables.
a
But I
script
will
for a video for you,
be able to
Kevin.
say something more.
Here's the problem, Kevin. Due to Brandolini principles, it's going to take me an hour to 3 hours to make that video and do the editing for basically a 15-minute debunk of your 5-minute bullshit. I don't give a shit to do it, to be honest with you, but I'm going to. It's on my list of things to do when I start taking some time off at the end of the year. Don't worry, it's coming. And your understanding of our model is fucking bullshit, pure and simple.
And yeah, you can play it.
As we see in the torus field.
I know, look at Tune. Hold on.
So our hypothesis.
Hold on. There you go. Look at Tune. Perfect place to pause this, Vika.
Say something more. And yeah, you can play it.
As we see in the torus field. So
Great.
our hypothesis.
Torus field. Great. What about the torus field? Explain anything? Something? What the fuck? Torus field. Great. This portion of the stream presented by Hubris Valley Ranch, when you need to dress your delusions, or word salad.
This is that our vision isn't Euclidic, but visually curved. So lights in the sky doesn't rise or set via Earth curve, but by perspective.
Great hypothesis. Prove it.
It could be one reason. And
wait, but then you say, but it could only be one reason, or it could be one of any reasons. One reason could be antipuscular rays, which sort of prove that the Earth is a globe and the sun is 93 million miles away and that the sun rays are near parallel. Sly Spartane has a great visualization on this. Actually, I do too. Somebody presented this to me. Let me show you. This
is based off of flat Earth, and this was based off of the solstice in 2021. Here's the funny thing. Watch what happens. You guys ready for this? Watch. Ready? What happens? Oh, look, we go concave. Oh, wait. What happens when we go to a curve? Holy shit. Everything looks parallel. But when it's flat, it doesn't. They're all over the place where they intersect. Why is that? It's almost as if sun big, sun far, Earth small, angles matter. I can do this all day.
That we see not only the sun rising or setting or alleged objects, or let's rather say lights in the sky, rise and set, but we see rays above us rising and setting, indicates to this factor, to this hypothesis, because it's not only a light in the sky. But
exactly, Berkey. We all noticed it and called it out on X, and it was
papers
funny.
Which suggest this is the direct measurement of curvature of visual space, for example. So it is deeply in question whether we see in Euclidean space all the assumptions that you have to make for your angles, and that you assume the globe.
Right. And I don't deny the assumptions. I listed them. I didn't hide them at all. They were actually their own page, and I went through them. And I provided resources at the end, so that way people can go look them up themselves. And if any of my assumptions were differing from yours, you could have made assumptions. Instead of saying, we don't assume the sun to work as a physical object, you could have said, we do assume that the sun is a projection, projected from this location, and could be and would be subject to reflection on the dome at this distance, based off this latitude, this longitude, blah, 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 blah. You could have basically done the exact same thing I did and done regular math to do it, as in non-spherical trigonometry, and you could have presented the model, but you didn't. Instead, you're bringing up this shit that is so far debunked. It's like the 1984 airplane model of rigid mass and constant, of rigid airframe with constant mass, which is specifically because the computers at the time could not handle all the different equations that goes into it, but has since been changed 30 years later, 40 years later. Why is that, Kevin? Because computers got better.
Only you would need to see straight, but you see down here, it's certainly not Euclidean. It's at best, it's
Yeah, so
he's literally just saying, and you can see down here, it's not Euclidean. Okay, what is it? What is it? So, okay, you're saying it's not Euclidean. That's your assumption. What are your assumptions? You are now just made 5 assumptions, okay, based off of what they're not, as opposed to what they are. This is why you start getting muted. This is why she was losing his patience, because you're not following the program. The program was make your assumptions, present your model, input, output, show the math. The easiest fucking test I've ever taken.
One
it's
second.
a question, but wait, one question,
second.
one thing I let you
No,
do
1
your
second.
whole,
Kevin?
presentation.
Kevin,
I will present the formula.
Kevin, now here's the thing. You're getting annoyed because he's interrupting you because you want to keep going on your script. Here's the thing. Did you notice that Shiva also interrupted me with questions, and I was very gracious to entertain those questions? Yes. Why? Because there's questions about what I'm presenting. He wanted clarification. That's all it is. He's asking for clarification on this. Now you're going to be a dickhead, an absolute wanker about it, and you're going to turn around and say, I'm sorry. Hey, Matt, it's wanker like a pirate. You're going to be an absolute wanker about it and basically sit there and say, don't interrupt me. I'm working here. But you're not presenting anything. All you're saying is what it's not.
I
Kevin.
presented one formula. I don't know why it's already starting like this, that he could speak.
No.
20
I
minutes.
just wanted to make sure that the goal is this is not a debate. It's not the globe Earth people are not saying anything about flat Earth. You're starting off by talking about the globe Earth model being invalid. The goal was, please present your assumptions about flat and then derive your model.
Dude, what the hell is wrong with him, dude? Right? If he's giving he's giving the point of the contra argument of the globe experiment. That's what it's all about, right?
No, Vika, he's telling you what he expects. What the expectation was after the last of the first phone call, which is present a model, input, output, math, ta-da, done.
Taking out what is the problem and what is our understanding or our points, right? This is what it's all about, right?
If you're going to present a scientific-based refutation, you need to identify what the assumptions are wrong or what the hypothesis is wrong and why. Just saying we don't assume this and we assume that human eye is non-Euclidean bullshit. You're not saying why. You're not saying what my error is. You're not saying anything at all about the calculator. You're running a script. You're running a debate script for a scientific panel. You should not have been on it. Don't know how else to say it. To say you are ill-prepared is giving way too much credit to idiots.
When they were objecting, when they were saying something against my point, it was always good with their wrong margin of error.
It was
when I say
science.
something, it's
It
not
was
a debate.
science.
Then. Now it's not a debate.
Yeah, this is the thing. All these things you can see clearly. They think that they are so smart that the people cannot see the manipulation that they are doing.
It's not manipulation.
Some people in the comments were already waking up. I saw even from his followers. He said it was not right what he did there. So it was at least something happening there.
Maybe other flirts. Berkey, you're absolutely right. Don't mention the globe, but come debate flat Earth.
Here.
If you mention the
so
globe,
what is your
assumptions? Off. And what happens? Every one of them failed spectacularly.
It's a flat ground and visual curved. So for the kinematic.
Great. What's the kinematic equation, Kevin? Whoops. I'm sorry. I muted this. My bad.
A round, flat dish. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't assume the ground. And let me please speak. Make my.
Yeah, I just want to know what your.
I didn't interject. I didn't interject at all. You have to interject me already as I could let you speak 20 minutes. I didn't attack. I showed this torus a field where the sun could.
Nice. I like that, Samuel. Okay.
Nice. I like that model without knowing what the fuck it is. How does that model prove the Earth is flat? How does that work into your equations? And how, by all means, is that anything besides a fucking rainbow picture doing weird circles?
Kevin, I like that you try to shut him up.
Didn't shut him up.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe some people went there.
What?
Yeah, I hope some people at least saw this and went there.
Oh yeah, because he was really acting like a piece of shit. So
he was very cordial on this point. He's asking questions because he's just assuming what things aren't and not making any assumptions that things were, because he understands what it is we're trying to do and Kevin doesn't. And Vika, you don't either, because you're like, great job, Kevin. Way to show the fucking rainbow. What does it do? What does it do, Vika? What does that matter? How does that impact anything? How does that derive where the position of the sun is or disprove that my method of finding the sun is wrong? It's a fucking picture. It's a spirograph that a 5-year-old can make with little tools from Christmas in his stocking. Is it magnetism? Is it not? What is it? What is it? You don't even know. It's a fucking drawing that says we can reflect shit off the dome, and this represents the dome, and therefore the sun can be anywhere. That's it. Make that fucking make sense.
You cannot make let me read my points of the variables. So
85, there's a specific
you
tomb
said that
of illumination
we can
that
bring
he's
10
quoting.
people.
He actually spelled it.
Our best, the top 10 you said here, top 10 people we can bring.
Now I saw that I need to
I'm
go
not
back.
the best.
What?
And now I saw that it makes no sense, and I need to expose him because it makes no sense with the
Exactly,
plan.
exactly. There is no fucking science happening there. So yeah, for sure.
Where? No science happening here in this interview? You're right.
A lot of this.
No science going on in this panel? You're right. There was science going on in my in my portion of this. You know what's funny about this more than anything else is in the beginning when they said, who's going to present? And I said, I am. And she was said, oh, who's that? And when he said, who's that? Who's going to present? Kevin, that was, you know, you hear him mutter like, oh, I wonder who kind of mentality, like trying to be a little smart ass and you know, putting some high level satire from the schoolyard into a conversation. And they're assuming it was going to be tuned when it wasn't. So where's your complaints now? Because you guys are complaining about a lot. You're whining about a lot, but you're not showing where I'm wrong. Why? Is it because I'm not wrong? Show me where I'm wrong. Quit dismantling this and talking about Tune and talking about Shiva, talking about fallacies and everything else. Show me where my assumptions and directly affect the error of my calculations. Show me where my calculations are wrong, or better yet, show me a mathematical model where you can present the same sort of things where you have input and output, and you come to the exact same thing I do, regardless of latitude, longitude, time of day, and day of month. If you can do that, then great. This experiment is debunked. It's full of shit. It's not exclusive to either one of them. But if you can't, guess what? The reason why you're attacking Shiva and you're attacking Tune and not attacking me is you don't know what to attack. Because there's nothing to attack. All I gave you was this. You don't know me. You do now. So how about it? You want to talk about radio? You want to talk about radar, radio? You want to talk about Sea Sparrow missiles? What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about how this is exclusive geometrically? Didn't think so.
And you said we have to agree to one experiment. And I just want to share where you said this.
Okay, wait a second. What the fuck are you doing right now?
I will.
Second. What the fuck are you doing right now?
To share where you said this.
Okay, wait a second. What the fuck are you doing right now?
Where you said this.
Okay, wait a second. What the fuck are you doing right now?
I need to record that into my soundboard.
That was not. Oh yeah, he just realized what you're doing.
Yes.
he just realized that. Like, fuck the experiment.
And that's where I...
No, stop. Please mute him. Because he's fucking around.
So we're going to listen to him laugh, you know, and everything else. But here's the thing.
I think next week I'm going to go ahead and play the individual calls. I'm going to put them up. Either I'm going to put them up straight on my channel, or I'm just going to do a live stream and go over. I don't know yet. I don't know what's best, what's worst. They're about an hour, hour and a half long each. Maybe I'll just post the videos themselves and leave it at that. Yeah, not. Shiva ran out of fucks at this point, straight up, because they're not talking about anything at all whatsoever. He is literally just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks. He's not making assumptions. He's not showing a model. He's not doing anything except saying it could be this, it could be that. Who was it that set up? Who set up earlier? I think it was Blackburn. Let me find out where it was real quick here. Imagine taking a math test and telling your instructor, well, the answer isn't 1 or 3 or 5 or 10, but we assume it's not this geometry or this number. Okay, great. If you just said the number is 2, you solve all those problems. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is so painful. But watching Shiva lose his shit, you can see Toon's already started. Look, Toon's already started. I'm looking down because I don't want to look at Toon, because I know if I look at Toon, I'm done.
Dave was given that opportunity back in early June, and he never followed up on it. He was supposed to set time with my assistant. That nullified it. Now you're going back to try to attack my credibility, Kevin, and your people, Dave's people.
I love it. Oh fuck! I didn't see this part, dude. I'm fucking enjoying it because when I caught it, it was more than half already. So that's awesome.
And you saw he need to put up another lie. He said, like, we were having the opportunity in June, but we already provided in May. We already provided. He lied again.
Right. And who told you that? Was it Dave who told you that? Because if Mr. Potato Head told you that, but yet Mr. Potato Head is not, he is persona non grata here in Vika stream. You can't, according to Vika, you can't trust anything he says. So you might want to look into that a little bit. I mean, if you do your own research and you value truth, you might want to consider the source.
Oh yeah, that's nice. This is crazy. Yeah, this is good shit.
People never followed through. In fact, Dave was invited and he never followed through. Now follow with the agenda. What is your assumptions?
I'm laughing right now.
What is your assumptions about flat, and show us your model? Okay? Are you going to do that? That's the agenda. Your boy Dave never followed through.
But I even showed the model. He didn't even.
No, you didn't.
You
showed lines of fucking code and you showed somebody else's embedded video. Like every flurf, you showed a YouTube video that wasn't even yours. You didn't understand what it is. You didn't understand what it was saying. You don't even understand the coding and the variables that go behind it. Because if you did, you would realize you just proved the globe. God, that's got to be painful.
Kevin.
No, you can let it. I just wanted to fill in because I showed the model. He didn't like it or something. Yeah, but I will show.
It was incoherent lines of code. Show how it works. Show the math. Show the input and output. Show us that where you move that person, it does the math, right? And the time, and it shows you where the sun is. That's all you had to do. But you didn't. You showed the model. All you showed was lines of code that you can't even read on the screen.
Something from Shane about optics, but then I get cut off after that, some seconds. Yeah.
Are you going to show us your model? If you're not, we can end this discussion with you because you're bullshitting once again. Are you going to show us your model? Can you unmute it?
I'm muted already.
The funny part is he didn't notice he was muted until just now, after watching this back.
Can you unmute it, Prabhakar?
Yeah, I asked him to unmute.
I
If
was
you're going to talk
speaking
about
already.
Dave, then I will take the position.
Yeah, you were speaking for a minute or two, right? But they had you muted.
Already.
Yeah.
I will expose Dave for what the fuck he is. You're supposed to present your assumptions about flat Earth and derive the fucking mathematical model. Do you have the model? Yes or no? Show the fucking model.
Unmute yourself, Kevin, and you can share your model.
I'm not going to let.
So just so everyone understands real quick, here's what happens is that everything, if you mute yourself, everyone's muted. Prabhakar, who is on the Globe side, he's the chemical engineer who works with Shiva, or Shiva has to unmute you. And then what happens is when they unmute you, a window pops up that says, the host has requested that you unmute. You click OK and you unmute. It's not fucking hard. The Earth is never going to be flat with these guys leading the charge. Yeah, no shit, 85.
You derail this because that's a deception. And that's what you guys have been doing. Well, then do the fucking work. Show the model.
I didn't know that I was
Period.
muted, sorry.
Show your model.
Myself. Now I can finally speak again.
Show your assumptions in the
Jesus
model.
Christ.
Show your assumptions in the model.
In other words,
So
shut the
I'm
fuck
not
up
allowed
and give us
to
your
speak
assumptions and model.
anything against your
No, because you're
proposal
lying,
or what?
and that's a different discussion.
I'm not lying.
This is what you guys. This is what the fuck you do.
Oh, I love it when he freaking gets triggered. Like, this is the thing. Like, again, if the main reason you're here to give contra arguments with what is the problem with each other's experiment, right? When in the first part he was already like, yeah, you need to get margin of error, this, that, we are doing science, and now what? It's an attacking. It's not a debate, yeah. And now, like,
Vika, it's not a fucking debate.
you're calling it out. Yeah, that is what is science about, right? That's what it's.
This is the part that they don't even understand why they're there. The title of applying the scientific method to determine the geographic or the geometric shape of the Earth. Okay, that's the title. They don't even understand why they're there. Yet they expect us to believe them that they understand a model, a counter argument, or anything else. They don't understand why the fuck they are there.
Supposed to go in a peer review. This is you're gonna do a peer review of this, Dr. Shiva, of you being an a-hole.
The only a-hole here is Kevin. And here's the funny thing. And they only showed part of it, right? So during my presentation, I made it a point to go over the fucking thing 3 times to ensure there was no flat Earth reference to it whatsoever. The closest thing I got to a flat Earth reference was, what are, in caps, your predictions? That's it. There's not a single thing in there about anything in the word flat at all. I checked just to make sure, because it's about presenting our model, not straw manning theirs.
That should be the peer review out of all this clown show that you tried to put on.
You will enjoy my summary. I put like Indish metal music when he gets angry. Is a lot of times he gets angry and cussing here.
Oh yeah, we're gonna check it out. Yeah, if you find the link, you can put in the chat. So the people already have your channel in the chat here, Kevin. So it's good.
Cool.
You deceive. Show the fucking model.
I speak
That's what you
against
agreed to do.
this
Bullshit.
objection.
Show the fucking model.
Wait, where is it?
Show the model.
Now
Not gonna let
Kevin's
you
looking for his
derail
slides.
One more. Sun observation refutation. This
Yeah,
is the,
show us your assumptions of your model.
I even helped
So
Kevin
if
try
this
to figure out how
mathematical
to do
model
a presentation
is able
on
to
the
predict
screen.
that observation, then you have evidence that the Earth is flat or the Earth is round.
Joe, 100%. The
This is
first
not
call was to
logically
prove
true.
out
You're not
any
sharing your
issues.
screen, Kevin.
Was to prove out any issues in the other side's experiment. This was the second call, was to show the mathematical model for our own side. Exactly.
Your
We don't
prediction
see
is
your
actually instead a
We
post-diction.
don't see your screen.
Oh,
Start with the
So-
assumptions. Show us the derivation of your model.
The model
That's
was
called
on the
science.
first page.
you stopped my screen share?
It wasn't a model. It was a
didn't
fucking
stop anything.
cartoon drawing.
No bullshitting.
Yes.
So
Illusion, you're not
big
wrong.
screen.
Yeah, so show us the assumptions and the mathematical derivation of your model for predicting the sun, assuming the Earth is flat. Go ahead.
I have to say to that only because one model is adjusted for one or several phenomena, assuming lots of uncontrolled variables, that's not a definitive falsification process for other models. We have long-lasting
Now, he hadn't shown this one yet. Remember? So this is the part that I love. Like, and we went over this in a live stream where I gave him his 15 minutes of, well, I won't say call of fame because it is my channel with, less than 500 subs. But here's the thing. I gave it its sunlight. I put a spotlight on. I let him put up these I stopped and went by individual frames to find the slides. So that way he can claim he wasn't censored. And then we shot the shit out of it and put a bunch of holes in it. And, well, it didn't end well for Kevin. None of this ended well for Kevin.
computing, 1% is only measured for the system we could use, everyone could use. And you, from the beginning, said FMA is an example. It has clear variables. The F equals MA because there is an object, but we don't know the object here, and I have to speak.
We don't know the object, and all these other variables matter. How do all these other variables matter to where the sun is? Can you predict it or not? I don't predict where it's going to be 93 million miles away. I predict where it's going to be based on the Earth. I assume it's 93 million miles away because the assumption is that the rays are parallel or damn near parallel. Not hard. What does dark matter and energy have to do with anything? What does 95% of unknown matter in the universe have to do with anything? What does the electric universe have to do with anything? None of it. There was a port, and there's a point in the pre-call where he says, we don't even know what the sun is. And Toon steps up real quick and says, hold up. This is my coffee mug. You don't know what it's made of, but you know where it is. It's right here. Let him cook.
As opposing party here that I didn't agree from the beginning to do this as a definitive thing to determine the shape of the Earth, and that is what I would suggest. So you
Fuck me, Iris shows up now. Icy Spin, if you're still here, you're gonna have to call an ambulance in about 10 minutes when I start putting my head through the desk. For those who don't know, let me introduce you to Ira, the most insufferable, ignorant individual who just laughs at everything and just hand waves everything more than every other flirt because he can't even tie his fucking shoes.
do the
What are your
with this
assumptions
thing.
of your flat Earth model?
Yo, Ira, how you doing?
Okay. Hey, I was just calling to say hi, and had a really good event with Cody, the Stage FE, and he's on TikTok and Facebook and stuff. But we went to Greenville together, and that's on the other side of the country for me. But yeah, went and told people what we know about what there is, about how
You don't know shit,
yeah.
Iris, so
But,
it must have been a very
just wanted to call
short
and say hi.
conversation.
That's all. I was just stopping by. So
Nice. You're still there in the activism? Still there with these guys?
I had to step out because I got some fam nearby, but I just wanted to visit some friends and stuff, and but I was there for 2 days of the whole thing, and it was really cool. We printed a bunch of literature and told people about our films and stuff, and I think the move, and that's what me and Cody talked about, is we need to create more physical literature so we can digitally distribute it.
Spend
and that
money
would have,
printing
like,
shit,
lists
please.
of cool films that would include
Waste those
Mechanical
pennies
Realm,
that you
Planet
have.
Curve, stuff like
Make
your
sure you
films,
spell
my
model
works,
correctly.
friends' works, Hitler's stuff, and I think that the realms of philosophy are really opening up. We got a lot of positive response about this stuff. Like, people actually want to talk about this and they have fun with it. And even the people who wanted to make fun of it, they were actually having fun with trying it. And they're like, all right, whatever, I'll get to the end of your film. We'll see. I'm like, yeah, I'll hear from you then, like usual. But we know what we're talking about,
No, you don't.
And got this Dr. Shilva freaking pretending that he needs to peer review the whole thing in slow motion and take as much time as possible, so to buy time for what's obviously a greater agenda at play.
No, we gave you guys times because you guys can't do fucking math. That's why. Fucking Christ. Like, the delusions of this panel of like what happened versus what they think happened is like a fairy tale compared to Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, bro. Nice. Yeah, it's awesome that people are doing that, and it's nice to see you back. And yeah, we are seeing how Kevin, who's here tonight with us, how he's triggering Dr. Shiva, and we're enjoying that. Also, quick shout out to our brother Ironwork for the super chat. The link is up there, guys. If anybody else wants to jump in, let's hear a bit. This is the best part here. We're going on with Ira.
We are affirming the consequence. If the Earth is a globe, for example, you say, then there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. If there is a sun, 24-hour sun.
Wait, stop. You're not following the instructions. Stop. You're like a fucking 2-year-old.
Stop.
This is where I was stopping to grab every single slide so we can go over it on the live stream, and it was well worth it. Because if you didn't think that Kevin never made it out of elementary school before, when we went through the slides and the script, it kind of made it a little more obvious.
He's not following the instructions.
No, dude, this guy is terrible. Oh my gosh. Yeah, hey, so I'm gonna listen to this whole video after this, but there's a crowd of people nearby, and I just kind of need to say hi. But yeah, this Shiva guy is. Oh no, he's sneaky.
He uses too many big words, Ira. We get it.
He's not nice to listen to. No.
Ira, we get it. He uses way too many big words for you. I mean, those 2 syllables and above, I get it. Which is funny because you say your name and it's Ira and that's 2 syllables, but for some reason you have problems with those kind of words. I tell you what, why don't you go rock on with your badass self and with your fans and your group there, because you are providing absolutely nothing to this at all, not even entertainment value at this point.
Stop. Like, remember that video he was doing against David Weiss? He kept doing the timeout signal like in a basketball court, like time out, and be like,
Ira, I thought you were leaving.
Yeah, he always needs to be the best. Yeah.
But this guy's special. This is a monster.
If that Shiva had questions for me, he would have interrupted. I would have answered them. I would have moved on. I would have held my place, know what I was talking about, and continue on. Mine wasn't really a script, just going through the math. But Ira wants to talk about his mannerisms and everything else, and his voice, and God knows what the fuck else. But Ira is not providing anything at this point.
What in the world? Anyways, I got to run for now, but I just want to say hi to y'all, and we'll
run away, Ira, before you say something dumb.
Alrighty, have fun, man.
Thanks, man. Be well.
You too.
What is the instructions? Where?
Blackbird, I don't know. If you could find that for me, I would be very appreciative of it. You can send it to my email, or If you're here, you know what? We're just going to knock out a few things here. We're going to do a little housekeeping. Here you go. You can post the link if you have it. We'll drop that in there. Let's see. Who else needs one of these? I think the only one left is Blackburn. For some reason, you were not I didn't have you as a mod, so you can post the links. So now you are. So go ahead and post links. If you can find that for me, great. I would love to hear it, because I think if that's true, I might jump out a third story window.
Where what you agreed to, you would come
And when I do that, I'll prove gravity.
to this meeting with the assumptions of flat Earth and derive a model. All you're doing is you're attacking the globe model. Bullshit. I'm not going to let you do that in this form.
Dude, that's what it's all about, Dr. Shiva. Because you guys were attacking the flat Earth experiment and the model, right? And all 1 versus 3.
Yeah, I wouldn't be there.
You need to attack it mathematically and show why it logically is not correct. Not through fallacies, but through math and your own model and stuff like that. I didn't talk about your model at all. Present your model, demonstrate it's the same as mine with different math, and it all goes away. You guys can all go to sleep at night, clutching your Gleason blankets, and you'll be able to sleep at night without having the big bad numbers and math equations haunting you throughout your dreams.
If I didn't say anything to anything, yes, I needed to say yes, and I presented a little bit of a model. So yeah, he was just triggered.
Oh, yeah, that's 1 versus 3, right? It's crazy.
Form. You guys have been fucking
1 versus 3, because questions apparently are personal attacks. I asked 2 questions. That was it. How is that attacking? Still provided more than Ryan, though. Probing Time says, ain't it funny how flirts deny gravity, yet not one of them will step off the cliff to support their lie? I mean, it's a valid point. It is pitiful. And yes, their confident stupidity gets to me too. I've probably had 2 or 3 strokes already. And I'm getting close to a brain aneurysm.
I'm doing this for ad infinitum. Where is your assumptions of flat Earth and derive your model? Period. Are you?
Hold on. Oh, look, space audits. We're going to talk about Baumgartner's high altitude jump now. That was in his deck. Professor Parks had a conversation with Whitsitt. He was going to use that one. That had nothing to do with the model either. That was more about cosmology, unless I'm mistaken. That was a while ago. And what else did he have here? Come on. You had some fast clicking here. Come on. The DM from Whitsitt, him saying that he was ignored because he didn't answer that. Yeah, well, you don't answer an email for 4 days, then you tend to get ignored.
Assumptions of flat Earth and derive your model. Period. Are you going to do that or not? Are you capable of doing that? If you're not, you should get out of this fucking game.
So the irony of this right here is, and it's just perfect irony, like if it's the definition of the word. Are you going to present your model? Yes, I'm going to present my model. It's on the first page. Here's my model. And yet it says, not my dynamic model. You can't make this shit up.
I'm not the
Yeah, because this is what they are playing, a fucking game. They are not there for the truth, right? They are playing a game there.
We're not playing a game. I don't know how to make this more clear. Now, I know VK can't hear me and all my rants and raves for the last hour or whatnot. Fine, I get that. It's okay. But it's there. It's a challenge, Vika. Come on over, show me a model, show me how you can derive the location of the sun based on the date, the time, and the location
and let's have a conversation. Show me how you did it. Show me it matches what my calculator does. So therefore, it's not geometrically exclusive. There is a dynamic equivalence there. Show it. Show it. But you wear Velcro shoes, so you're not going to.
Yes.
Right guy to show
Where
the
is
models.
your-
It will
Well,
be Shane
wait,
here.
we gave you guys a week.
Balance space
We gave you guys
audits.
a
You
week.
can use him. I
Stop.
show you this model. Okay, you
Okay,
will
stop.
see this model.
Time
You
out.
will
Time out.
look
You're
at
not
this
playing.
model.
Time out
Please
again.
don't.
Yeah, I
Because
show
you
this
Shut the
model
fuck
now.
up. You're not providing anything.
Oh yeah, because he's seeing that he's getting out of control, but he's the one who's getting triggered. He's the one making the.
It's getting out of control. If this model convinces you that the earth is flat, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why you're here on this channel watching this video. Do I have to go line by line of the code for you to see it for yourself? Because I will. How about it, Kevin? Vika? Vlad? Any other flat earther? Anyone who says this is their model but not their model, how about we go through it line by line via the code? Huh? And you can tell me where each one is derived from when it has a variable. Because I'd love to know why it uses the globe measurement to the sun of 93 million miles and why it uses the size of the sun as stated by the globe model for being 93 million miles away. I want to know why that's in your equation. And I'll show you why it's in your equation because I'll show you where it shows up in the math. Well, you won't because you know it's bullshit. And even if you got shown it, all you're going to do is say, nuh-uh.
Derailing everything because he saw that you don't give a fuck now. So
Game. He's not
I
playing
show
by
this
the
model
rules.
now.
Please mute this fucking guy. Same deception.
I can give brief info on that model he's showing right now.
Wait a second, Mike. Rules were set in place from day one in 2 pre-meetings. Dave Weiss was invited. The fucking guy chickened out and ran away because he's full of shit. So we decided
because
that we
Toon
would
gets
follow the
personal.
scientific method.
go ahead, Sam.
No, I just said that Toon gets personal all the time. I think this was one reason why Dave want to make other people appear there. It's not chickening out, but never mind.
He's
also
getting
said
personal.
with
You
chickened
guys
out.
hear that? Toon's getting personal because he says, I have some background on that model. Because Toon codes. Toon knows how to read codes. Because he knows how to read code, he knows where the variables are and why it's there because we've all seen it on X. We've all pointed it out. And even though Shame tries to sit there and say, well, other values exist. If you change the size of the sun to this and change the distance to 27,000 miles, then it would work. And the same thing if you change the distance to 33,000 miles, coincidentally, and you change the sun to this size, it still works. But yet, doesn't do it. If they still work, it doesn't do it. Why do they use 93 million miles? Because that's the only way it works.
He's only lying always.
Dave was saying that he went out because McToon was there.
Yeah. He has.
Dave was out long before MC Toon was there.
That they always get personal there, but Shiva said Witsi chickened out, and we have the chat history where Witsit was accepted and chickened out. So
come on,
I clearly wanted to come. Yeah,
that's for sure. So
then it would have been a debate and it would have been pointless.
And the people doubting him. So yeah, it could have been another dynamic if he was there. So I think it's good.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Because if Witsit was there, well, Weiss was there, none of you would have believed it anyway.
No, didn't show up people like, so let's see.
We agreed. Yeah, you would come up with the assumptions today and the model, and you're not doing that. So either you don't have it or you're bullshitting. I'm not going to let you waste my time, my family's time with your fucking bullshit. Do you have the goddamn model? Yes or no? Do you have a mathematical equation, Kevin? Yes or no? Do you? Do you have a
Yes, I'm
mathematical
trying to find a
equation
Sharpie.
for predicting the sun and the airplane for both things using a mathematical model? Yes or no?
The airplane,
If you
I
don't,
have
you
a lot
won't
to say
lose.
still, yes. But,
No.
I have
For two. Everyone, I started this forum and we've been talking about this over 2 weeks. Do you have the mathematical model for assuming the earth is flat for predicting the sun's location? It's a yes or no question.
yes, I show the
Okay, so show
the
us your
derivation of the yes,
Okay,
I show
stop.
the derivation
No,
of the
answer is,
radius.
do you
Yes.
have the model
Yes,
for the location of the sun?
Here it is. Yeah, he showed the derivation,
Assuming it's
although
flat.
see my
he doesn't
screen?
even know what derivation means.
Yeah, but I'm asking you a question. You're not answering the question. I don't want to go forward if you're not going to show us a model of the prediction of the sun, assuming the earth is flat. Are you going to show that like Dan did for the round earth? Yes or no?
I show this Bislin model for kinematically equivalent.
I'm not asking that. You see how hard it is to get an answer out of you?
I'm answering.
Do you have the model of predicting where the location of the sun is using whatever grid system you want, assuming in your view the earth is flat? You have a model that you can tell me or Ryan or Suresh or Dan or anyone in the world where the sun's location is going to be if the earth is flat. Do you have that mathematical predictive model? Yes or no?
It's we have this radius derivation of your vision. Why the sun sets?
Why, when given any two values of these three, you can always derive the third? What sort of relationship does that imply? The radius of the Earth, distance to horizon, angular resolution limit. Huh. Funny, I've never seen actually anything about the angular resolution limit because they always claim it on a specific wavelength.
You're not answering the question.
I'm answering.
And they also claim that it's, the exact same number as the radius of the Earth.
No. Now I'm going to.
I cannot bring a sentence
Does
out.
anyone else understand the question here I'm asking him? This is why we're doing this whole forum. And it looks like you don't have it.
I'm
looks
shut
like you
down.
don't have
I'm
it.
shut down.
No, it looks like you don't have it. And
I
if you don't
showed
have
three. I've
where
showed three
is your-
variables here.
do you have a mathematical model for the 15th time that if you put my location and a date and time, and assuming the earth is flat, you will tell me where the sun is? Yes or no?
You just saw a formula
Your
there.
prediction of a model is.
Yeah, he's so triggered.
This is that Shane's model based on wavelength 666 nanometers and some weird derivative of like 10 decimal places of a value that he is able to come up with the exact radius of the Earth. But no one knows the math equations and the cells or what they mean.
Triggered. He's not seeing the screen.
Yeah, no, it's difficult if I cannot speak one sentence or two sentences. If I can only speak one sentence, because I could explain if I was able.
No, you couldn't explain it. Because you're explaining it from the standpoint of you're wrong because I say so. You're wrong because the spreadsheet says so. You're wrong because this long debunked paper talking about the geometric view of vision or what the fuck ever it is, that doesn't even say what you say it does. It actually says the opposite. It actually says that it is a globe because it uses globe math at the end to talk about why it's off. But you're not providing anything except And it's not even like, nah, it's more like, nah.
To speak longer, but he didn't let me because I wanted to show here the derivation of that it's not the radius from the Earth, but the radius of vision, where the sun could rise and set. But
Cool. Can it do it for noon? Can it do it for 2 o'clock? Can it do it for any other wavelength besides 666 nanometers? Can it do it for anything else in those variables? Or is it specific for one variable, like it was reverse engineered? Because the model has to account for all of them.
I couldn't get this sentence out even. this is optics, and yeah, it's a formula. And so I had some other formula, but I couldn't say 2 sentences. So
you didn't have any formulas, Kevin. What's the formula here? You're on a friendly channel. What's the formula? Here's your chance. Tell everybody what the formula is. You won't.
It was very difficult.
It doesn't show anything about the shape of the Earth, just because you want to mathematically.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking you.
Yeah.
We gave you full freedom to define.
Yeah, you have hundreds of years. You have
hundreds of years too, Kevin. How long has Lady Blount and fucking Ralph Bottom been around, and you guys been throwing their stupid zetetic astronomy bullshit around? Here's the fun thing. The math I did it myself. It took me a night to do it. And it took me a few more hours to fix what I fucked up. But generally speaking, it took me a night, give or take. Had I started earlier, it would have been one night. I did it within 1 day. So based on my assumptions and everything else, how was that difficult? So you just have to make your own assumptions. Let me help you. We assume the Earth is flat. Great. We assume that the sun is not a physical object. Okay. We assume that it is a projection with a projector installed somewhere on the fucking equator in multiple spots linked together by fiber optics. And that when they automatically hand off to each other at various points along the equator. We also assume that regular geometry and trigonometry do not apply on a flat plane. We assume that we have to derive our own math to do this, and the variables are going to change all the time. Now, I'll present my model. There you go.
hundreds of years.
You're not answering the question. Listen, you're not answering the fucking question. Do you think I'm a fucking idiot? You've been dealing with fucking idiots and you're taking advantage of people.
No,
assuming
I never earned
assuming
anything.
the Earth is flat, tell me your fucking mathematical model. Do you
Shivering,
understand
right?
that?
Look at this diffraction and the derivation from
No,
the
do you
wavelength
have
of
the
the eye.
Like, they start laughing about this because they obviously don't understand the goddamn thing. But I want you guys to notice in the upper corner there, you see Ryan hasn't looked up once. He's almost like, shit, I think I should probably just like hang up now.
And go to
Dude,
this guy's lost it, dude. Yeah, he's lost it.
Anything anyway. Yeah, yeah.
He's not even seeing the screen.
Yeah.
And trying to freaking read what.
He's on a fucking laptop. And I can tell he's on a laptop because guess what? Kevin's on a laptop. And they both have a very similar angle to their webcams. So if Kevin is sharing his screen, what you're seeing on your screen is the exact same thing Shiva's seeing on his screen. He's not closing his eyes to it. He's looking right at it. But he knows that it's bullshit because it's in small fonts with a bunch of different things and nothing outputs. You need to stop and say, the yellow box is here and here and here and over here and over here and way over there. I need to put in values and then right about here is where that value will come out. That's all you have to say, Kevin. And then He's going to ask you how you get to that. How did you derive that? What is the math behind it? And that's where you show him. That's how you present this. But you just read a script because you're a parrot. You don't know what it is.
What are like, because he doesn't understand. That's the reason. That's the reason.
Yeah, and so many claims, so many at-homes that I needed to keep up with those. He said, you had 1 week to...
No, caller, the guy on the end way over here, this guy is a flat earther. That is Ryan. He and every call he introduced himself, told him how he got into flat earth because he could see too far, and that was it. And still, by not saying anything, provided just as much of value to the conversation as Kevin.
Prepare, yeah. So then I remembered, yeah, well, you had hundreds of years and still can't get the good model, and I should do it alone in 1 week. Wow.
Oh yeah, crazy.
You have the
And here he
mathematical
will explain
model.
it to you exactly.
You have the
Very good.
mathematical model, yes or no?
Space audits and
You
Man of
have-
Stone, go to them,
Yeah.
and you see it here on
Yeah.
screen. I just
I don't
don't
give a
want to
fuck who they
defend it.
are. Do you have a
I don't want to
mathematical
defend
model?
it.
Do you have a mathematical model, Kevin, of the location of the sun, if assuming the Earth?
Yeah, I like that comment. Like Justin Johnson Sharon is saying, Shiva is getting McToon aroused when he acts out.
Funny shit.
Students getting aroused. Yeah.
Yeah, by seeing Dr. Shiva,
Shiva
because
crazy.
No, we're
Yeah,
laughing at you
it's-
fucks because you have no idea what the fuck you're doing.
If not,
By the way, notice right back here. Let me highlight that. See this? How they. This portion of the stream brought to you by they, a global conspiracy company.
I can derive it for you. And you can tell me
I
if you don't
cannot-
know how to do the math, because you clearly have a bunch of retards who are helping you or not helping you.
No, I don't have a model myself.
Okay, so you
no.
don't have it, you fucking lose.
I don't have a model myself. Thank you.
Okay,
Now
so
I
let's
had,
go to the next
there
one
was,
then.
No,
Fine.
wait for it. I had now an globe earther, an acquaintance from me. He wrote the text to me at that point and said, "Yeah, come on, just say no and keep on with the ILS, that we can go on because it makes no sense here." And I saw this message and I said, "Okay, it makes no sense. I cannot get 2 sentences out. It doesn't help anything." So I said, let's go on with the next topic.
Cool.
You
Done.
can go to our
No, it's
to the
over.
hour.
It's over.
Go,
It's fucking
go to
over.
the other.
We're gonna
Okay,
end this.
Do it. No,
It's
I
over.
want. You
It's
know
over.
exactly that hour.
You fucking
is
lied.
past.
Now, here's the thing. Tuna and I didn't want them to stop. We wanted to keep going because we put effort into this. You'll hear me actually say, I'd like to kind of continue because, we did put effort into this. And shout out to Petey for the model that helped us kind of bridge the gap of how to present this. Thank you again, Petey.
You're a
Well,
liar. You're a deceiver.
I showed the
We don't have
business
any-
code.
That's science, guys. This is the way. This is the way they do science, which is going to be peer reviewed.
No. Hold up. Vika, you're not listening. And because you're not listening, we're going to have to correct you here. Here's the thing, okay? He's saying that once we get done with the presentations and once we do the experiments, we want to get it published. So that way it becomes peer reviewed. It becomes published and everybody else takes the white paper that is derived from this experiment with the methodology and the assumptions and everything else, 2 models, take the white paper out and go test them themselves. Then they come back, this is how peer review works, and they say whether it's A, repeatable, or B, it's bullshit. That's how peer review works. It's not gatekeeping. It's not, Mother May I from NASA. It's not any of that stupid shit. All it is we're going to publish it so everybody can read it. This was your moment to wake up millions of people. This was your you did not have a bigger stage. This stage was bigger than TFE. All you had to bring was an absolute experiment that says we are going to prove once and for all the geometric shape of the Earth by applying the scientific method, and you present it. Then we talk about it. We write. We author a white paper. We do the experiment. We show the results in the white paper. Then we publish it, and the world gets to read it. And if flat Earth is proven, Kevin, you are the first media economics major, so I don't know if you graduated or not, to win a Nobel Prize in physics. This was your shot. You blew it. You blew it. Don't know how else to say it.
Viewed. Add all those foul language in there.
Yes, because someone's getting fucking annoyed. That's why.
Do that.
I showed the basically code. I showed it on screen.
No, you're just showing some shit on the screen. You think I'm an idiot?
It was formulas
It's formulas. Look, everyone. I got formulas. I got formulas here. Look. See my formulas? I don't know what they mean. I don't know what they do, but I got formulas right here. I got one that even says sign somewhere. I found Kevin's formula. Gibberish. Perfect, Joe Black. I think that works. I think it looks cool. I think that might work. The nuh over 1 though. I might have to call into that variable though. You need to quantify nuh. What's the margin of error on nuh? Economics is a field that uses a lot of math. So what the fuck with Kevin? Like I said, I don't think he graduated. He may have attended classes. I'm not even sure he attended classes, but apparently he studied that. So basic arithmetic, maybe some algebra. Don't think it included geometry or trig, though. Now, I'm not demeaning economics majors by all means. I can't do economics. Otherwise, I'd be a fucking accountant or something. I'm not. I don't like that kind of math. It bores me to end. I can't do it. We have people who like that kind of math for whatever reason. And hey, great on you. We need those people. You go do that math. I'll sit over here in my corner and make fun of people. That's fine. But don't, as an economics person who studied economics, sit there and say, look, I got formulas right here. Where's your input output? Where do you put your location in this? Where do you put your anything? Why does it say heights change based on distances? Because that's a globe Earth thing. Because the horizon now gets extended. How does that apply on a flat Earth exactly? I don't know what to tell you. Oh, so the margin of error on nuh is the same as all flat Earth margins of error is 0. They probably see sign and think it's a religious function, as in sin. Probably. Don't need qualifications for a Nobel Prize, but you do need a breakthrough achievement. Like I said, didn't matter what his qualifications were. He'd be the first flat earther with a Nobel Prize in physics. This was his chance. He shot his load everywhere, but where it mattered.
Yeah, McToon shit is sweet for him. right? This which is going against their belief.
No,
Yeah, it's shit, right?
no, you're right. This is shit, Vika. This is absolute shit here. This slide.
Yeah,
You have a mathematical model.
Here's the best part. Here's the best part, Kevin. You're doing what every Flurfs does. You are showing a YouTube video of someone else's work. Look, I got formulas. You're a fucking cartoon character at this point. You're not even Iago on fucking Aladdin by a Disney movie at this point. You should just eat a cracker, shut the fuck up, and move on.
Go ahead, Kevin. Go ahead.
No, I'm only thinking if he's genuine, but how that's he's so acting that much he couldn't be involved in being the deceiving part. With Toon, my guess is a little different, but with Shiva, I think he's just triggered, yeah, about his belief.
Exactly.
Of the location of the sun, assuming the Earth is flat. Yes or no?
How is it not
No.
modeled there?
Show me your mathematical model if you input the variables of my location, assuming the Earth is flat, you get an output. Where is that? Do you have it?
You can even
If you
put
do,
it
I'm all
in the
ears.
Bislin model,
I don't want to
the
waste my
3
fucking time
locations.
with you.
I didn't even listen to it very much because you have the Steven Alonso model with Bislin. You could put the 3 locations in there, so it
Holy shit. We got a Steven Alonso mention. Mark that on your bingo cards. And you can put any 3 locations anywhere on Earth and you can triangulate where the sun's going to be. That's not what we're doing here. But yeah, sure, I guess. I use this basic math. That shouldn't be hard. You just get a bearing and wherever they all meet, and yeah, okay. You got the position of the sun over the Earth, and that's great. But how does that tell you where to predict things exactly? It doesn't. Maybe I just misheard.
it would be possible even.
Oh yeah, but they were still behind you. Like, yeah, just show something, but they're not seeing it. They're not
Yeah.
ready. They don't want to see it. Yeah, it's crazy that it's so much time and McToon is so quiet. So
No, he will now they mute me and he will.
Bob, you're right. You could do it. Then why not even try to present that? You have an open platform right here with Vika. You could show everybody why we're wrong, show everybody how it works. You could convince hundreds of people that Flat Earth is right. Why don't you? Because you don't know. Yeah, I'm not listening at this point. Yep, basically. That sums up everything. Dr. Steven Alonso, put some respect on that. Yeah, my apologies. Hell, Whitsitt falsified general relativity years ago, only the Nobel Committee still hasn't known about it yet. Oh, God, I hate when that happens. Package must have got lost in the mail every year for years.
Claim that this model is only a globe radius. So, yeah.
let's hear it.
Yeah, I would have liked to show you if you were.
You have the mathematical model. Does someone else want to ask him this question?
11 sucked up to me, so he becomes to become a mod.
Do you have the mathematical model?
My ego's that fragile.
The location of the sun, assuming the Earth is flat. Do you have that?
Did anyone find a Dr. Blitz link yet, by chance?
And if you don't,
I'll just have to listen to
when
mod.
you do the source code,
if you don't have it, you've been wasting my time and everyone else's time. And the
so
reality is
want
you
to-
probably don't
so you-
have.
Oh yeah, these people are freaking bullies, man. Oh yeah, exactly. David is saying in the chat, bully ballers.
one word in and say again, going again. Yeah.
It's not being a
I want
bully.
to
It's like, can we
avoid
move the fuck on
other,
already? That's what we're doing.
have the
experiment now.
mathematical model.
When this model isn't
have the mathematical
when
model.
math isn't reality.
Okay.
Math isn't.
Dude, he's behaving like a kid, dude.
There we go. Mark your bingo cards. Math isn't reality. Make sure you mark that. Do we have a bingo yet? I haven't been keeping up with bingo. I'm sorry, I forgot. I need to make bingo cards, or see if Toon has started his bingo cards. But I think we need to start holding bingo nights on Unfornicated. Unfornicated bingo.
Dude, like, imagine he has so many people on the panel there and people watching him and he being the sign.
Geek G coming in clutch. Thank you, Geek. I love that one.
Science guy, he's freaking asking, he's I don't know.
Yeah, like fourth grader things, yeah.
This is not going anywhere because you lost. You don't have it. You don't know how to do the science.
Here's the best part. Don't have to say shit. I don't have to say anything. Shiva says everything that needs to be said here. I don't need to say a goddamn thing. I don't need to comment on the rest of this video. We don't even need to watch the rest of the video because we know what happens. Although, I gotta admit, hearing Shiva go off the rails and call out Kevin, it's kind of a guilty pleasure. I'm gonna have to rewind and just listen to the next 15 seconds, and then we're gonna pack up, I think, for the night. Because we've been doing this for 5 hours now.
Fucking dug your own grave. You dug your own fucking grave. You can't produce a mathematical model after we gave you a week.
Yeah,
you don't have a model.
I'm a regular working guy. I'm not like doing this every day in and out.
Yeah, we gave you the opportunity to.
Kevin's obviously the only person who works. So we should cut him some slack. You know what? Maybe I've been overcritical. Maybe I haven't been cutting Kevin enough slack because, he has lots of things I don't have. He has a child. He has a job. He has, things to do around the house. He has things that occupies his time. Wait, hold on. I'm a single dad with a teenager and a career. Wait, maybe he's not so different from me, but yet I got my work done and he didn't.
Speak to as many people as possible. None of you fucking flat earthers can come up with a model. You're bullshitting people. You're fucking bullshitters.
I show here how
you're
you
fucking
it out.
bullshitter.
I show how you throw.
Looks like McToon gave him an intensive private course on flat earthers. Like it looked like he just goes off on flat earthers now.
Go as loud.
Do you know what we did? Here's what we did since Shiva was relatively new to this thing. We provided an outline of typical deflections. Specifically, things like you can't tell the shape of the ground from lights in the sky. Math is a descriptive language, blah, blah, like all the greatest hits. And we didn't even say, look out for these, here's how you reply to them. No, we just said, be aware. Here's your bingo card.
Out as you can and don't let them go on their own. You need to lead aggressively. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look at illusion. OG Gorilla Glue has almost made Kevin tolerable. Oh, fuck. That's funny.
That's their way and method.
Man
if
of
you're
Stone
such a
out.
quirky guy,
get the Man of Stone. Get people who deal with this every day. Yes.
Yeah,
like
you had
Toon.
chance for a week to go talk to them.
I prepared my
So Kevin, you see the game they played with all these things, right? Getting involved with Dave, and then all the experiment, and then how they took out the people, and right, and then attacking you and cornering you, right?
How come I wasn't attacked then? How come I was able to get my work done with just the same amount of time that Kevin did? And how come I was able to carve out time for this? That's why I'm not getting yelled at by the principal. But Kevin's used to this because to me, it seems he spent a lot of time in the principal's office growing up.
Yeah, this is what they're up to. But this is the thing. We also, our flat earth community also have this, is responsible for all this shit, right? First of all, getting people like involved with these kind of shitty people.
Getting people involved with things like proofs is definitely a bad look, Vika. You should never do that because it'll be tested. It'll be put on display. And no matter how you want to frame it, you guys failed. Illusion, you mean like this?
The credit goes to Dave Weiss. But this is the thing, right? People are too busy in doing their own things and wanna get involved with con artists like this to try to prove globe or flat. Same thing that they did with TFE, right? That's what I said. That's the flat earth community that don't have their own freaking balls to do their own things. They need to get involved with con artists like these, right? So
it's not a con, Vika. It's not even a test. Although somehow Flat Earth seemed to have failed it regardless without it being a test. I guess that speaks volumes. It's simple. It really is simple. It's not hard.
So it's also the responsibility of Flat Earth community to see that this kind of shit doesn't happen.
Yeah, by all means. It's the responsibility of Flat Earth community to make sure that nothing is tested. Nothing is claimed. That nothing can be used against us to prove that we're wrong or right. The only thing that matters is our belief system, our vibes, and what we feel and see with our eyes and ears. That's all that matters. That is the state of Flat Earth at this time in 2025. I'm going to leave it there. I can't deal more with this bullshit. We covered a lot of stupid shit tonight. So let me just say, there's 33 of you guys still watching. Thank you very much. If you haven't, please hit the like button on the way out. If you're not subscribed and you find yourself here on the regular, by all means, hit the subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything, and at the same time helps out the channel. So here's a reminder of all things. We do science, we do engineering, and we don't do bullshit. So if you like this approach, welcome. So like I mentioned, we're coming up on 500 subs, and we're getting ready to launch a new aspect to the Unfornicated channel. So please be here for that. You don't want to miss it. And last but not least, I'd like to say, yes, 33 watching, Joe. I noticed that too. Here's what I like to say. I thank each and every one of you for being here, for supporting the channel, for supporting me. Words like thank you do not begin to express my gratitude. That being said, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad I'm part of this community, and I'm glad you guys chose to spend your time with me. So that being said, enough of the sentimental bullshit. We don't do a lot of that here. So stay uncensored, stay unapologetic, and for God's sake, stay unfornicated. Have a good one all. We'll see you next time.